little bit when we can debate and not fall out. And so there will be some challenges, but just remember, we're here to do what's best for everyone. Thank you. And with that, we are in, we'll go ahead with the council. Okay. We're recognizing any visitors that are here that would like. Thank you for being here. Do we have any public comments? No public comments. The approval of the minutes.
Mayor, on the minutes, from the last meeting, we'll have questions, correct? After the opinion.
Mayor and council, I move that we approve the regular session from June the 15th, 2026.
I second.
Okay, are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. On the last minutes that, the last meeting that we had, I'm asking that we review the last meeting because I believe Mr. Duran had made a motion to, call the question. And as I recall, and just looking back at my review, there was no second. And I believe when you call up on a question, there must be a second. So I would ask you to review that. It's stating that Mr. Ivy made the motion, he seconded, but we just need to review that and see if it was a second.
I just appreciate if you have any questions like that to bring it to our attention ahead of time. We send it out quite early in advance so we can make corrections or be prepared to bring additional information back to council. If we prepared the minutes wrong, we can address that. At this point, you're talking about something that we don't have time to go and look back. I mean, it's up to council right now to decide if Mr. Dennis knows that he made a second to the.
Well, we have the video, we have the recording.
We don't have the time to review it now.
We can review it and you can bring it back to us at a later date, but.
That will be a council's decision.
Okay, if you'd like me to call you at 1 a.m. in the morning,
That's fine.
I would do that,
Yeah,
so.
that's fine.
But that means that if that's the case, then, well, we'll look at the correction at a later date, because you can make a correction at any time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, so what we have on the floor now, do we have we have a motion and a second. And we're ready for the vote. All in favor? Motion carries.
All opposed?
Okay, opposed? I'm sorry. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, so that brings us to the business, the fiscal year 2027 budget workshop.
Good morning, Mayor and Council, department heads, everyone here. This is the first budget workshop of the year for fiscal year 2027. This process starts during the spring as new rates and new numbers come forward from all of our contract services and things that go on. They usually send us notice over the last few months of different rate increases or changes to service. So we slowly build that together, insurance numbers, workers' comp numbers, and tax rates, and FICA and taxes for employees and things of that nature. What I have the initial draft, we finished it up this weekend, and I have a copy of it in front of y'all for y'all to add that. It's separated by revenues and expenditures. The first 4 sheets will be the city's revenues, and the last 13 sheets, I believe, are the city's expenditures broken down by department. And so we have tabs in your binders to separate revenues and expenditures. As we move forward, even today, if I'll be making notes and changes, research, and as updates are made to that worksheet, that's called, basically, you have a proposed line item all the way to the, closer to the right, before you get to your, here, let me just open it so I'm talking by looking at it. You have your actuals for 2024, actuals for 2025, what we budgeted last year. I don't have actuals because we're still in the middle of that fiscal year. And then we have proposed for 2027. We have a difference to show this this proposed numbers over current budgeted numbers. So if there's increases and decreases, you can track those. And then there's a 3-year average. And then I have a notes section. So if you want to jot some notes down in there, you can. And so as we go through this budget workshop, and as well as subsequent weeks, and we make updates, I'll prepare the updated versions, and you can swap it out from what you currently have in your budget books. There's no one way to do this, one right way to do it. It's just like when you build your budget and you set your tax rate. By law, you're required, when we get to this in August, our goal is to have council's prepared budget that they're ready to vote on, and be prepared to vote on a tax rate in August. And so they both will be at the same meeting, but they come in separate votes. So our goal is to build a budget that council agrees with to be able to adopt a tax rate that will fund that budget. Because if you vote for the budget but don't vote for the tax rate, then we don't have a budget. So they both go hand in hand. Then in the same manner, I have numbers before you this morning, but we don't have any of these capital requests or requests to increase any expenditures. So, if as we talk about certain items, those numbers are not built into this budget. The items that are built into this budget are current employee costs, current budgeted costs. We do have a few notes in there, and I made some notes as we go down. So if a department, we were able to realize some savings in one item, electricity rates are going down, or gasoline costs or things of that nature, if there's any savings, then you'll see where some of those were pulled out of those departments to be able to fund other departments. And then sometimes it was moved within that department. For instance, like street department, and I'll explain that in a minute. We moved some costs from employee cost, and we put that in maintenance and repair to streets. So we increase that line item instead of pulling all of those savings out of that department. So we'll go through that, but just for reference sake, the budget that you have in front of you is a draft budget. We still have some outstanding numbers that are not in yet in both revenues and expenditures, some that we're still expecting, and we're waiting on numbers, proposed numbers for this next year. But this is like the information that as we have it now. Then we move forward into what I would like to do at this time is to go into our capital requests. These are the capital requests will be either increases to year-over-year expenses, and normally those increases are labor costs. So if we're talking about any kind of a COLA or anything, that'll be year-over-year. So we'll have to find the money in revenue this year to be able to support it this coming year and the following years.
Mm-hmm.
One-time expenses to like capital requests. Hey, I want to buy one vehicle, or I want to buy a new pump. That's a one-time expense, not year over year. Then we will spend that we will, as council approves it, we will spend that cost out of either fund balance or revenues that we do have, that we're able to realize. You know, hey, we'll approve that, but we're gonna have to reduce this number over here to pay for it, and it'll be a one-time capital request approval. So I know that right now, as we go into our capital requests, as I have it, and you have it in your revenue worksheets, the very first sheet up at the top, I have a running tally on the revenue at the very, very top on the right. As our draft budget has been put together, the initial draft budget, we have a revenue, we have a surplus basically of 71,000. Those can be applied towards any of these requests. And we have, you know, utilities is right now is pretty flat. I don't have a lot of revenues to approve for any projects as it comes to our water and sewer. And that, the water and sewer is the utility portion. The rest of every other department falls under general, our general fund. The taxes that are built into this budget is, as of this year, we've received estimates from our appraisal district. The estimates are for our values have increased by about 3 million. So 423 million valuation to a little over 425 million valuation. So in comparison to years prior, this is probably one of the flatter years. When they adopted that initial increase in the 2020 era, a lot of those were pushed out over a 5-year increase. So if they reappraised a house or something in, 5 years ago, they weren't all able to be hit. They weren't able to hit the books all that same year. So they spread them over. They were required to spread them over 5 years. So a lot of those reassessments have played out now, and now we're back stabilized. We don't have a lot of revenue coming from new property values. So that $77,000 difference that you see there, that's what's allowed by the state, and that's the voter approval rate. So this is based on a voter approval rate. Anything over this triggers the opportunity for the public to put a petition together to push it back to the voter approval rate, to bring it back down. And anything less than that is less than the voter approval rate. And this is based on estimates. So as the certified values come in, we will have the exact certified values built into that. At this time, depending on how council wishes to proceed, we're going to be a little flexible. If council wants to talk about an item and things, we can stop at any point during this. But this is usually the best time where we talk about our capital requests. The needs for departments over and above this current year's budgeted, revenues and expenditures that we have. Is that okay with y'all?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. You mind turning the air conditioner down? One of you mind that? Are y'all a little, is it feels a little warm? Or maybe it's just me.
All this sun.
We need some mini blinds in here.
No, I can't see anything but my big head.
It could be though, just what we're doing.
Okay, so I do apologize. This TV is not coming, when we turned it on this morning, it has lines all the way through it, like the LEDs went out on us.
Be the sun.
I don't know, yeah, maybe? I don't know. So here's the needs for our public works department. Or how do y'all Clayton, or y'all want to?
So,
Who wants to go first? I don't mind. Do y'all want to do that or? Okay.
Voluntold.
That's a good idea too. Jason is on the truck today.
Fire chief, fire marshal, firefighter. My capital request is for $20,000 to purchase a new hose. This hose that I need to replace, I'm trying to get ahead of the game. Every year we get it tested annually, and some of the hose we got, as long as it passed, it's still good, so. But this last year in the hose test, some of the stuff has started, not passing the hose test, so I like to keep it, where we got, some reserve on our hose. So, when we go fight a fire, when we get back, we gotta wash the hose and it's gotta dry for about a day and a half. So I like to have a little surplus to the side so we can put the dry hose that's clean back in the truck. And the price of the hoses has went up dramatically in the last 10 years. Just like the 5-inch that we laid from the hydrant to the fire truck, those used to be about $800 for a 100-foot section. Now they're right at $1,500 a section. And we got 10 section on the 3 trucks. So I like to have a little surplus, and that way we can keep it rotated down and the truck's ready to go. So my capital request is for $20,000 so we can purchase 10 sections of 50-foot, sections of 1.75 inch, 10 of 50-foot section of 2.5, and then 5 sections of a 5-inch, so we can have hose that's been done over the last couple of years. So, any questions on that? I'd be more than happy to answer.
You did, and how many hoses did you say you currently have?
Right now, we got a surplus, all the trucks got hoses on it. We keep a little surplus to the side, so when we go fight fire, we gotta come back, clean all the junk off of it, and let it dry, air dry, and it can't be in the sun. So, over the last couple of years, our hose testing, we'll have a section, 2 sections die out, so we're losing hose. So I'm just trying to keep that surplus, so we when we come back and clean it and it's dry, our trucks are ready to go.
So you say, I'm just asking, because I'm just for my knowledge, or for knowledge. So what's the surplus? What, you have surplus, you have some now? Is
We
that what
have
you're
some
saying?
now, but that hose, our hose test is coming up in August, and I foresee
Okay.
some of those dying out also.
Okay,
So we're gonna probably be short, probably at least 4 or 5 sections of different sizes, so that's why I'm just trying to get ahead of the game. So we
Okay.
don't fall where I'm coming really begging for money through the years, like, hey, I got to have it.
right,
Now's the time to build that up so we can rotate it out.
right.
Sure,
Okay.
that's a lot of money, but anything you put fire on, they put a big cost behind it.
Right. Only thing, I mean, I don't have a problem with it, or anything like that. The only thing I'm just asking, because I've been looking at all of the budgets from all of the departments, and what I'm not seeing, and this doesn't just say, on your, for you, but what I'm not seeing there's inventory. I don't see your expenses of itemized expenses of what you're actually spending the money on. So, but I'm at the point where if you have this in your budget, I don't have an issue with it. But I'm asking that if y'all would supply, the departments would supply me with, your spending, because that way I could go back and see what your actual need is for your department. So what you're spending your budgeted money on, receipts, things such as that.
Right, that's in our new system, we can pull all that out.
Okay,
We've had it to you. It's in front of you now. We also have the budget with the line items.
The problem is we're running on a low budget
That's-
anyway, so stuff buying these hoses throughout the year. If we buy hoses, we're gonna be doing without something else.
Right.
Because you never know, we keep everything in tip-top shape, but you never know when something's gonna break, fail, or anything like
I
that.
understand.
So, this is where the biggest thing is, I see that we need to catch back up.
Yes, sir.
Before we get way behind.
Yes, sir. I mean, I understand.
When you buy a little more in bulk, you
Yes.
get a better discount.
Yes.
And if I say I buy one section here, I buy one section there, then the freight to ship it here.
Yeah.
So if we buy it like this, we should be good for next. I think the last time we actually made a big purchase of hose was about 8 to 10 years ago.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just saying that I don't see, just looking over all of the departments, I'm not seeing where we're getting an itemized list of things that you're spending, you know, your monies on, so we can see. So I'll get with John on that, so we can see.
Everything we get is on that, in that system.
Yes, sir.
Throughout the year.
Yes, sir. But I'm just making you aware and making John aware while you're here. So,
So Chief, we have hoses right now on each truck to keep them in service,
Right now,
correct?
but it's like if we catch 2 structure fires, one truck, we must wait a couple days for that hose to dry.
Dry,
Because
yeah,
you
yeah.
can run in the direction, like,
Understand.
you ever come to our station, see a bunch of hose on the concrete in the back, that's what we're doing, letting that air dry.
Okay.
They can't direct
So-
sunlight dry.
Even counting our newest truck, we have it in service as far as,
It's gotta be in service, we're still waiting on some
uh-huh,
stuff to get to mount the stuff on. So-
okay.
So we have enough hose right now, we're running good.
Oh.
I'm just trying to
To
get
get-
ahead of the game before.
That's what I-
I'm all behind.
yes.
The last time we had a purchase was like, I said, 8 or 10 years ago.
Yes, so,
We get about 10 years out of a hose line.
yes. So, so that's what
All
I,
you got and,
yeah.
you know, and stuff like that.
That's what I was thinking, like moving forward for each truck to have that hose to, you know, be backup, be supply, because, I know just going out on a fire or anything, or having, you know, the public run over the hose, and grass fires, the hose is getting burnt out or anything, or us ourselves running over the hose. So, yeah, I do understand the need.
And normally, somebody running over a 5-inch
Yeah.
hose, they get cited for that.
Yeah.
And the judge could, that's $1,500 worth. I think you can only charge $500 for that, but we're still, $1,000 short replacing that hose if they do damage to it.
And you said the hose that were coming up for inspection, do you know the date exactly?
He
And-
usually come around August, September. He usually sets up, he gets a company that comes out here and tests them for us.
Yeah.
When he gets to East Texas, he'll
Yeah, just let us know.
Better date with me.
Okay,
so,
And that's part of the hose test, we need to keep our ISO rating at 2, have the third party test it.
great,
So that's to keep our ISO rating at 2, which helps the citizens on their insurance.
great.
yeah, John, as a matter of fact, I'm at the point to where if y'all have it in y'all's budget, at this time,
It's not in our budget right
That's
now.
okay.
All the capital requests that we're asking for today, y'all have, so like a couple weeks ago when I gave you the activity reports, that shows what we've spent to date. Each month, each department, it shows a breakdown of all expenditures in that report we give. The one that I gave you today shows in y'all's revenues and expenditures, it shows his department and there's no line item for purchasing hose. So if y'all were to approve it, then we would add it to his budget. That's why we're asking for it today, in the form of a capital request, because it's not in the budget. We don't have money for like 5 hoses and we're asking for 20. There's not really money in the budget for purchasing new hose, because hose will last 5 to 10 years.
So it's not money in his budget, the money in the city budget overall. What I'm saying is that whatever you budgeted for, if you have the funds in that budget.
Sure, if we had the extra 20,000 in there, I wouldn't even be here.
Okay, okay.
Because we're running such a tight budget.
Yes, sir.
There's no room
So I understand that.
to really allow.
Yes, sir. Well, that's where I'm at, is that if you had it in your budget to actually purchase, right
I
now.
wouldn't be here asking.
Yeah, yeah. And right now, I'm just looking and reviewing everything that I see. I really don't see, the monies in the budget right now. There's, the city budget. So that's where I'm at. I'm okay with it, but, if we had the monies to actually purchase that out of the city budget, I can see that moving forward, so.
Chief, how many fires can you go to before you get caught in a band or get in a bind?
If we get 2 structure fires, which we have, I'm gonna be pretty limited on hose. We could shortchange your hose, because like when we go fight a fire, there's two lines that gotta be dropped on. That's 400 feet of hose that we drop water back that we got to. But we got the firefighter going in, you gotta have a hose to protect them. So 400 foot to just on a basic house fire, we're dropping about anywhere from 5 to 6 sections of 5 inch on the ground, going from the hydrant to the truck. And just like that big fire out there on the loop, we have about all our hoses off the truck trying to fight that fire. When we get back, we gotta clean all of it, get all the cancer causing carcinogens and dirt.
Yes, sir.
And, so, that fire on the loop, we pretty much stretched that when I'm like, well, it's time to get some surplus. I say surplus, it's not like it's being rotated out.
It's rotated out.
No, I'm tracking. So you get a couple structure fires, you could be in a bind, or you get one like you had out there on the South Loop, you're in the same bind. So let me ask you a question. You know, I understand where they're, you know, the budget's tight. I mean, we're trying to pinch. And I understand having a surplus, but, I mean, my thing is, I mean, fires happen very quick. I applaud y'all. That's not something, I'm not going to be a fireman. Thank you for doing what you do. But, I mean, you know, we gotta have hoses, you gotta have water to put on the fire. So my question would be is if, and I understand this is for a surplus and you know, 20,000 is a lot of money. If we cut them to 5 and 5 and then 3 on your 5 inch, would that keep you where you're at?
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, if
And
we
then-
cut that in half, we need to be moving forward, not backwards. So like I said, I just I know that would put us in a good way. Half of that would be great. I'd be good with half of that.
With that being said, Chief, is there like a out of the supply and attack? Is there one of those that you're more detrimental to?
We could probably get away with not buying the 5 inch, but we definitely need
Yeah.
inch
Yeah.
and a half, or inch and 3/4, and 2.5.
Okay.
More so on the attack line, which is 1 inch and 3/4.
Yes.
We definitely need those, but that's what we're fighting the fire with.
Okay.
So you come back with us an estimated
We can cut
cost?
it- Yeah, we can cut that in half, and that'll give me, and I'll just, cause that 5 inch is the biggest
Yeah.
price. We're good right now on the 5
Yeah.
inch, but, you know, like I said, somebody.
Of course.
So Chief, are any of your hoses defective?
As soon as they're defective, we get rid of them. Because it's life safety stuff. Anything with us, if it's life safety, if that third party comes and say, hey, this is bad hose, we get rid of it, because then the city will liable if a firefighter gets injured or killed. So as soon as anything defective, we take it out of service. With all our equipment, anything that's defective, we gotta take those life safety stuff.
So if we got you 5 2.5 and 5 1 3/4, how much money are we looking at? You know, off the top of your head?
Right at about
8,900,
8 to 9.
8 to 9.
Yes, sir.
And you say 5 what? What did you say, Mr. Dewey?
5 for under number 1, 5 foot, the 1 3/4. 5 of those and 5 of the 2.5. Because I've seen enough movies. I'm sure them firemen want that water, them hoses to be on top of them when they're inside those structure fires.
Yeah, that's their lifeline.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you said what would be the cost? Approximate cost?
Approximately 18,000 for 5 and 5 of those.
So the conclusion is that basically that you could do what you
Yes,
needed to
ma'am.
do if you had the 2.
Yeah,
And,
1
I
to
mean,
2,
5 of those 2.
That'll put us in good shape. And then, you know, after that next testing, if more fails, I'll just have to come back next
So-
year and ask, hey, we had some more fail, and we need to stay in and rotate it down. And that's how we get it to last 10 years, because we're rotating down.
Yes, sir.
And it's always better to get on a rotation schedule than try to replace everything at the same time. So right now, we're projecting about 9,000,
About 8 to 9.
8 to 9.
So you can but you can get us the
Yeah.
exact cost?
Yeah, I can call that and let me know the exact cost on 5 and 5 days, so I'll have that for you, I'll probably take me a day or 2 to get back.
Okay.
Any more?
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, I guess we'll, Gerald, you said you want to go. Let's see here. So Under Public Works, I'll present, Gerald's also here if y'all have questions. I have the capital outlay in front of you. And I'll probably need a call on him during this process.
Was that where you have a notice street?
Yes, ma'am, under streets. And so, the cost of trucks have continually gone up. The new trucks have gone up. We have seen some better, it used to be that used trucks were almost as the same price as new trucks, but in the last few years, the used market has improved. And we haven't done it in quite a while, but, you know, I would recommend that potentially as we replace, vehicles, buying new trucks is just, I don't feel like it's affordable. By the time the warranty is out, you know, that normally you would buy it because of the warranty and the additional benefits, but paying double what a used truck costs, even these single bed or single cab half-ton trucks, they're over $50,000 for just a plain work truck. And so we were looking at a couple of our trucks, and I have it, if you go to the street department, if you go there, one of our trucks that I'd like to replace, it's a 2002 with 201,000 miles. And I'd like to replace that with a crew cab truck. There's currently a truck in the streets department that would continue being able to service the parks department. The street department really needs a four-door crew cab. To where we're not taking multiple trucks to the job site, we could do better. We do have an extended cab right now that we're running 4 and 5 guys deep inside one of the extended cabs. And so it's pretty tight, you know, we all have full-grown men trying to fit in that extended cab. So we looked at the market, and there's definitely some good vehicles out there in the $30,000-$35,000 range. We could reach out to Cutshaw and several people and ask them as good trade-ins come in for trucks that are just, you know, 2 or 3, 4 years old with low mileage. I would think that would do really well.
So at this point, it looks like that we're purchasing the truck just to get back and forth to the job site?
Yes, ma'am, to work with. To pull equipment, pull trailers, and to move our men, because we can't do jobs without getting our men to the job site, so, yes, ma'am.
So how many vehicles do we already have currently?
We have vehicles across all departments, but this vehicle here that's currently being used, it's not running. We're putting a lot of maintenance and repair and expenses in it.
You know,
So I'd like to replace that one.
no, I just said, even in terms of transportation, when you send one half there and then you bring the other half there and getting the job done, you have a lot of downtime. I think if, just from planning, just being on
Gasoline.
sites, if you can get everybody there, you'll cut out a lot of downtime. Because sometimes you drive by, you say, what you doing? They're waiting for the rest of them, waiting for the other equipment. But you almost need somebody to move so that you can get an instruction at one time and follow through.
So,
And I just know that, you know, if you're making multiple trips just to get people in, he probably,
So-
Yes, ma'am. I was just going to say that, one of the vehicles that we're talking about, shifting to another department is really not equipped for what we've been doing, we've been using it for. It's a half-ton Ford with a V6 engine, and we're asking that truck to pull trailers, which is going to start having to break down.
That's tough.
We've been getting by with it for a while. And now, you know, the older the truck gets, the more stress you put on the truck, and that's why that truck's not gonna be sufficient enough.
Yeah.
So, along with that, and if anybody has seen my street crew lately, they all full-grown men, and it's hard, well, I can't get people in the back seat because they can't fit in the back seat. So therefore, we have to take 2 vehicles to the job site sometimes, when we can just put them in one vehicle and get them all straight to the job site. And that truck that's gonna replace the one that's too light will be heavy enough that we can use it for other things like pull our little asphalt trailer, have all our signs on it. So it's gonna be a truck that's gonna be equipped to do the job, and it's gonna cut one out of service that we don't have to use as much. It's not, that's really not equipped to do the job.
With that being said, but that's why, my question is, so far as your inventory on vehicles, what is your, so I don't have any of,
Two pickups,
two trucks?
two pickups.
Okay, and none of them can,
I got one single cab, and then I got an extended cab full.
okay. And none of them can actually hold the trailers or
No, they're both,
anything like that? To where
They're
it
both-
can haul?
But it's not gonna stand up to it much longer.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So moving forward, we need to focus on work cabs,
Increase,
crew cabs. I'm sorry, crew
so I can
cabs.
get my guys to the job site. If it wants one truck, we'll
Mhm.
give it one truck. But if it wants two trucks to be there, then of course we're gonna use two trucks.
Mhm.
But in most cases, we can get out there in one truck. But now, we can't.
Mhm.
Mhm.
We have to carry two trucks.
Mhm. So, I'm just trying to weigh this, cause I don't work in the street crew, cause I'm trying. So, far as getting from point A to point B, and taking your crew to the job site, so is it necessary? Is it definitely necessary that you need a crew cab truck that you're asking for to get, cause how many employees you
I
have?
have 4 employees.
4 employees.
Everybody in that crew just about way over 240 pounds.
So, but is there a problem with taking 2 trucks instead of 1? How far is what I'm asking is, what do we have as far as job sites? Our distance or locations where our job sites is right here in the city.
Yes.
So we don't have a lot of distance to go to where we can't bring 2 trucks.
Versus crew and utilities as well. We're looking at the transportation of that as well. So you're looking at trailers. What is the longest trailer that we have?
The longest,
Yes, sir.
right now, we have a 20-foot low-bar trailer that we have to pull sometimes if we have to put a piece of equipment on it.
Yes, sir.
Like a mini or the little steel wheel roller.
Yes, sir.
Something of that nature.
Next question is, what is the tonnage or weight that we're usually carrying on
If
equipment?
I load any equipment, I cannot use the little Ford.
Understand?
Any equipment, any kind of equipment is too much.
Yes, sir.
Now, we've been getting by with the pool pot, the little small pot that we use.
Yes, sir.
But it's strained up pretty good doing that.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's just
So-
it's kind of like I was saying before. You can make 2 trips, but you lose time.
But you don't lose time.
Because when you do it, you lose an hourly wage. So you're not only affecting what you're doing with the job, you're talking, they're gonna shoot the breeze till the other one come, and then you really can't get together till you tell the crew how to move smoothly.
But if you
And-
leave. the
And
work-
everybody comes at the same time, they get out, they're given their designated job. You're cutting hours out of works force. I mean, just like.
Everything's still right here in the city limits, but if you make 2 trips, you lost an hour.
You're not gonna do anything till everybody gets there.
So,
Well, so
go ahead.
If you can't pull the heavy stuff with a trailer, how are you getting it there now?
Then either we'll borrow something from another department, or we do have a 3/4 ton single cab pickup that sometimes we have to use to do that. But according to sometimes the way scheduling happens, I may have one person doing, or 2 people doing something on the other side of the town, and the other 2 on the opposite side. And before we finish that job, we've got another call, then we have to regroup again, and then disperse out again.
So you're having to put another department out of their truck while you're using it to do whatever you need to
Every
do.
now and then, yes.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
And so a 3/4 ton truck, it would get your crew there. If you got a Ford, a Super Duty, there's nothing that you're not gonna be able to haul. Are you wanting a gas or diesel?
I would
For a diesel.
prefer a diesel, but at this point, I'll take.
You take whatever. Okay, hey, this is Santa Claus wish list. Tell me what you want. You know what I'm saying?
It would be a diesel truck.
Okay.
That way, our fleet would be one type of vehicle.
And I'm guessing,
Across the board.
you use these to, not only streets, but like you haul mowers and stuff too? Is that part of the same
Yes,
group?
we haul more sometimes we have to haul equipment to different shops, and when that happens, we'll use the gooseneck trailer and load it up, that equipment, and then haul it to wherever we need to haul it.
Yeah.
for records, come pick it up.
And
So what do you haul your gooseneck, what do you haul your gooseneck trailer with? What are you pulling your gooseneck
It's
trailer?
three-quarter ton,
Three-quarter ton.
but it's in the water department.
Mhm.
That's what they haul their
Okay.
equipment with every day.
Okay.
But if we get in a bind and we need to haul equipment to the shop somewhere,
Mhm.
then we'll make it later during the course of the week, and then we'll do a flip flop where they can use something else
Mhm.
to get their equipment down, and we use that to
So-
get to the shop.
So how
So-
many trucks do you have?
I have 2 pickups.
And thank you for clarifying that for me, because that was gonna be my next question about the gooseneck trailer, because I figured, like on that truck, yeah, you're not gonna have a gooseneck on that, and you're gonna be bumper pulling everything, and that's transmission tear right there.
This is the one that we would be replacing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So, well, not just that though, we have 2 trucks and the one you're driving. So could we not put a gooseneck hitch in the back of the truck that you're driving?
is it a
That's what
V6
we
as
use
well,
all the time already for.
or?
So we already
We
have.
have, we're not asking for
So
any
we already
gooseneck
have an
trucks.
item.
We're
so
not
what are we
asking for
doing?
gooseneck trucks or heavy-duty trucks. We're asking for a crew cab to
crew
replace
cab.
this little half-ton. We have.
And that's just to
we-
get you from point A to point B and the whole crew to go together. And you only have 4 people in the crew and you can't take 2 vehicles?
No,
Just in
it's-
case one have to leave and go to another project?
Please understand, we're okay, we can bring 4 or 5 vehicles. That's not the question. The question is,
Capacity.
we have a 2002 truck with 201,000 miles that we're trying to get out of our fleet that's continually broken down, and it does not run, and that's one in the Parks Department. By buying this in the Streets Department, we can bring one of those older trucks that we currently use in the Streets Department, give it to our Parks Department, so they have a running vehicle. We're not asking, in best case scenario, we would ask for a brand new truck for the Parks Department. We'd buy a brand new truck for them to pick up trash cans and empty stuff and haul their mowers around. But we're trying to find the best, we're buying a used truck for the Streets Department, so we can give one of their old used trucks to the Parks Department, so we can continue running. And so, we're not asking for 3/4 tons or diesels or goosenecks, because we do have those equipment, the trucks. We would like probably one more, but we're doing with what we have, that we're not asking for.
So how many vehicles does the Parks Department have?
2.
So they have 2, so we're gonna give them one of theirs.
So we can,
And then
so we can get rid of this one.
200,000 miles.
Yes, ma'am.
So.
We have 2 guys with 2 trucks, and they work they work 2 parks, 2 separate parks, and they work the downtown square. 2 guys with their vehicles, picking up trash, emptying trash cans around the whole square, sweeping, blowing, picking up broken limbs, doing all the things that they do. They have 2 guys with 2 trucks. One of them's driving a 2002 with 200,000 miles plus. And that's what we're trying to get rid of.
And that's the one that's
Hadn't it?
kind of broke down all the time.
It's continually broken down, and we're having to let him team up with somebody else, which we're not using our manpower correctly, or giving them another truck with another company, another department that should be using their own truck, and that kind of thing.
In reality, the other is, the little foot truck that I have, that we're putting a strain on, that can go to the Parks Department.
Yeah.
So you're recycling.
Yeah.
So theoretically, you're gonna buy a truck anyway, but.
So the Parks Department only had 2 trucks as well?
Are y'all good?
And how
This
many
is gonna
employees?
be a pretty lengthy
Yeah.
workshop I wanted to present these needs, and if there's, I guess we better just to regroup, if there's additional requests or information like this, then I can research those and send them back to council,
Okay.
get those responses back to council, otherwise we're gonna be well past noon, because
Well,
we're.
wasn't
we got
this
a lot.
gonna be more or less like an introductory
This is
Yes.
the board.
meeting?
Well, introductory
Yeah, yeah.
and basically some
Yeah.
categorizing from council saying, like council just talked about, if y'all want to, if we can get through the adjustments really quickly, like with the fire department. Hey, right now, let's look at about half of the hose that you requested. Okay, that's enough that
Get
decision
started.
is
To regroup.
close to being done, other than just some last minute numbers. Hey, council, based on y'all's decision, that 8,000 is 8,600.
We're not solving
So
everything today.
that
we
kind of
just
got that
projected.
decision done. Moving forward with this, some of these questions, like I'm presenting the needs to council right now. After we're done, what y'all might consider a number one priority, y'all might say, you know what? Run that beater for that 200,000 mile truck another year, because this one over, supersedes that need. I'm trying to present the needs to you
And I think
quickly so we can get through this meeting, and then the ones that council says, look, let's look at one of those vehicles that you asked for, let's look this and this, then I'll come back with some solid numbers and how it impacts the budget, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I understand, I
It sounds
understand.
like a reason, since.
I understand
we
that.
way. So like there, you would say, y'all need a Ford. That-
Yes.
It needs to be replaced. And then
Then now we can, that's the goal, is to recycle that truck and get the oldest truck out of the system. As we come back, I'm not asking for a yes or no answer necessarily right now,
that makes sense.
if that's okay,
It's fine.
okay?
I think that's why I was,
Yeah.
my whole issue with that.
Yeah.
Are we trying to make it solid now?
No, that's fine.
No, we're not filling out all the details, so.
The next truck, the oldest truck that we have in the fleet, is another 2002 Ford, and it has 253,000 miles. This is the mechanic shop's truck.
It's different. That's
And it's,
Chevrolet.
luckily it's in the
Chevrolet
mechanic shop, so
Ford.
they're but
It's
we're
got
putting money in it.
253,000.
And, that truck has really outspent its useful life.
I would think so.
We have some transmission problems, we have problems with that truck. What I would like to do is purchase another, used truck, a single cab, long bed truck for them that we can put one of the Tommy gates on, and we can use that for the mechanic's truck. And so in the neighborhood of $35,000, I did request for $35,000. These right here would not be needs that we would go out and purchase immediately. I would put plugs in with local dealerships as they get really good trade-ins and we can really get a good price. Then we'll be ready to move on it then. That's the truck for the mechanic shop. The next,
Well, on these two, just to give you insight, right now, just right now, me speaking, I'm not, just looking at the budget, like, I was needing itemized, expense for each department. I would like that.
you have that.
No.
I gave you an activity report.
No, it's all all in one.
No,
It's
that's
not-
per department.
Yeah, it's per department, but it does not give me an itemized expense report for what that department is spending.
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Nor does it give me what they're spending it on.
Yes, ma'am. It does.
So the mechanic shop has how many trucks?
One truck.
Okay.
Next is a pad foot steel roller for the street department. One of the next two items are probably the two biggest items that we run into the need for that we don't have. Here, I'll even. So this is what a pad foot roller looks like on the screen. We have a smooth drum roller that is just like this, but it does not compact the road base like a pad foot roller. For proper road construction, we continue coming back to, we really need this. This last few streets that we've done in road reconstruction, we've rented one of these units. And those run about $3,000 a year, a month. It was $3,500, I think, $3,000 to $3,500, depending on United or CAT or whoever we rent it from.
At $3,500 per month, per year? What is that?
No, per month. I would like to see if we could find a good pad foot roller, a good used pad foot roller. The other one that we have is a 2016 model smooth drum roller. Been a really good piece of equipment. We would like to find one that, as CAT or United rotates out their rental fleet, that we buy up a good rental from them, because they've been serviced pretty well. This one here, I think the cost benefit for this one here is less than the cost benefit for the next page, which is a road broom. We really need a road broom. That one's $2,500 a month that we've now had to rent one for going on 4 months. That's about $10,000 for a road broom. And so for street construction, for us to be able to, after we do our reconstruction, we go in there and we have to broom it off between layers of the oil, tack coat, you know, and the chip rock, and then sweep the loose rock off before we put the other. We have to get a way to clean these streets up as we're doing the road construction. This one here will really rack up a cost benefit that can be justified to go out and find a good used one, so we're not renting a street broom.
A used one's $40,000?
I found, so for one of this size, like the one we're renting is right at 40,000. They're about 80,000 new. They have some smaller ones, and and as we get older with more hours on them, they get a little bit cheaper. So it kind of depends on what kind of risk you want to take on. You know, we have good mechanics, but we don't want to buy one that has 6, to 10,000 hours on them, because a lot of the rentals will be at their end of their life when we buy them. So $30,000 to $40,000, we can find a pretty decent unit.
So how many months at the year are we renting these?
This year,
I can rent it, physically, I can rent it every month, because the way I work.
and need it, yeah.
And need it, because you can do much more than just, sweeping, cleaning the street, or getting ready for road work. If you get, let's say you get somebody that loses a load of glass or whatever. If you had guys that try to ruin it, you'd be out there 2 hours depending on.
We were dealing with one in,
You could room it to one side of the road, and then maybe take the loader and get it up, a whole lot quicker.
So it has
I
utilization.
guess what I'm really
It's
asking,
just that.
I'm really asking is, are we paying $2,000 for rentals every month?
Yes,
Or
sir.
just sometimes?
about, at least during road construction months, I would say easily 8 months out of the year is a good estimate of what as we're doing road construction. I wouldn't say, I say during the winter, early spring, maybe not. We can back off on the rent, but we're probably spending anywhere from $12,000 to $16,000 a year in rental costs for this broom.
Okay, so we had a history of that, of the cost for that?
We're renting it this year, yes, sir.
So let me ask you,
We're
I'm sorry,
currently
I didn't mean to
renting it.
interrupt you, go ahead. So my question is so the 40,000, that's outright. So if we, and I know I'm probably gonna open a can of worms, but if we finance it through a company that we buy, it can't be more than $2,000 a month, right? Instead of paying $40,000 outright. If that expenditure's already out there, and if we can get it for $1,000 a month as a financed, we buy it and we finance it, and then we're paying $1,000 a month, and we're already paying $2,000 for 8 months. I mean, that money's we've already allocated that, right? I mean, is that an option?
Yeah, it is an option to lease it or finance. Most of the companies that would finance it to you would be for new units. I don't know how, they might do some in-house financing with some higher interest rates, like a good used unit, but it might be more than the $30,000 or $40,000 range for a good unit that they would finance over, say, 4 or 5 years.
But is it an option, is my question?
It's definitely an option, yes, sir. It's definitely an option.
The key to the broom is either you want us to try to do the best quality work and what's best in operations, or we're gonna sell it for half doing it and then hold us accountable for it being done right.
Understood.
And these are the 2 pieces of equipment that we have up here now are 2 pieces of equipment that is essential to us providing a quality street after we put cement in it, which is probably around $6,200 a load for cement. So if we were to keep trying, like in the past, we were trying to get it in with the flat mill because that's all we had. So then it's more labor intense because you gotta put it in lifts, like 3-inch lifts. So if you get out there and mix a street and start at 7 in the morning, my guys will be out there at 7 that evening. trying to get a street in. When we can take that unit right there, mix the cement in, and by 2 o'clock,
Wow.
in most cases, they're done. So now you're looking at guys that's something to eat, from 7 to 7 versus 7 to 3 or 7 to 2.
So we'd be saving manpower hours as well.
As well,
Overtime.
as well.
I'm with-
Yeah, I think what we're just asking, we're just trying to see how the money's already been spent and how we can spend it more effectively.
Yeah.
In order to do that,
Yes,
we
yes.
gotta know these numbers
Sure.
that you're talking about, and we wanna see it on paper so we can make an evaluation.
Yes, sir.
Well, in the past, this year, we started to rent those because what we were doing was costing us more in manpower because we were out there for longer extents. And then we was getting a less quality product when we got finished with it. And so, in conversation with John, he asked me, he said, what do you need? I need those 2 pieces of equipment for us to put a quality street, for us to really put a quality street in and it be like it needs to be.
And I want to see quality streets. I want to see the work put in, but just weighing the option of, like Mr. Duran said, financing or leasing, or if we actually have the funds in the city budget to make this type of a purchase. So that's where I'm at with that. Also, piggybacking on Mr. Simon, is just looking at the evaluation of how we've been using on paper, how we've been using it financially, how we've been spending, renting, I guess, what we've been spending on renting equipment like this, or would we be better off leasing, or like you said, in-house financing, or what would we be better off doing? Opposed to what the city has in the budget, because right now we really don't know what kind of funds we're working with on the city's behalf. We don't know what we're working with.
What do you need to know what you're working with? I'm not sure.
We wanna see how the money has been spent so far,
Okay.
so we can see if we can make any kind of adjustments to it
Right.
that'd be more effective.
So
That's what we're asking.
the activity reports that you get, that shows the year to date, like at each month, as those monies are spent. This one right here, the worksheets that you have in front of you shows the last 3 years how those monies have been spent, and then how it's currently budgeted this year against proposed next year. So we have 4 years right now on paper in front of you. These questions that y'all are asking are things that we currently don't have. So we have not bought a broom, and we have not rented one until this year. We had a broom that broke down that council approved for us to scrap, or we sold it on the auction. Okay, and so we have no broom left. So this year we started renting one until we can purchase one. The pad foot roller, we've never used a pad foot roller. We've used a smooth drum roller that we currently have. It's just we're finding that the construction is not done as well as it needs to be without that pad foot roller. So this year we've actually rented a few months a pad foot roller. But like I said, the pad foot roller, the cost benefit on that one is going to look more like probably a 5-year return on that benefit. This one right here, 2 to 3 years, depending on what we spend. If we spend $30,000 to $40,000 within 2 or 3 years, we paid for it versus renting it. And so the cost benefit is a lot greater on this piece of equipment.
But
That's basically what I'm looking at it. If you purchase it within 3 years, by renting it, you'll be still renting it. But if you purchase it and own it, after that 3 years, it's yours.
And you've had it for 12 months at that point.
You got it for,
Yeah.
then longevity wise, you probably got that piece of equipment for the next 10 or 15 years or more.
And I see that, and I'd rather purchase than lease or rent. But the thing, and I understand your point, but from my perspective, we're only seeing collaborated numbers. We're not seeing numbers itemized to tell us what each department has actual figures of what each department has, actual itemized figures of what each department is spending and what they're actually spending it on. So the thing of it is to, in order to know the financial aspect of it, to get a better understanding of how we can better suit your needs in your department, we gotta know how much money you're working with.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna take my seat.
Okay.
So that means to me, I'm the street department individual. So that means to me that the council is settling on getting less quality road. So that means if in this course of this duration, if we keep going the way we're going, and let's say I have to go back to using the back wheel, and let's say we put a street in, and within 6 months it's not pothole, then the council is gonna come to me and say, what happened to our street? I'm trying to get ahead of that and say, that's what I need in order to give you a quality street. We've talked about streets on multiple times, and the longer we keep waiting, the council is still expecting us to do streets. I mean, we still have a job to do.
Yes, sir.
But in the course of doing that job, we're gonna spend more money because we're just down the round. We're gonna spend more money, have to come back to those streets and have to service them
Redo.
at a quicker rotation than what we really need to.
And I
Yeah, but what
appreciate.
we're asking for, we're trying to see how the money's been spent to see if we could do it differently to get a better outcome. That's what we're really asking
Because if
for.
we can-
We're not
because
saying
if
we
we
don't
can-
want this equipment.
Right, I mean,
We just wanna see how the money's been
In
spent.
the meantime, while you're trying to get there, we're still doing streets. That's my point. We're still doing streets.
so
And this is the first time, now, when it comes to Sheepfoot Road, this is the first year that we have started to rent the Sheepfoot Road. And I really pressed upon John, I said, I got to have that in order for us to do the best we can do. Because if not, then the same people that's sitting around here are gonna hold us accountable. If I'm gonna be held accountable, I need the best, I need the equipment that I need in order to do that.
well,
You know,
to say that, with you getting the best equipment, in order for us to get you the best equipment, we gotta find the money or the funds to get you there. So once John, bring that to us, and we look at the financial issue or aspect of your department, and the monies that we actually have on hand, and what we can do for each department, then we can make sure that you have that equipment that you need, that we can actually purchase. But the thing of it is right now, we're gonna have to continue either renting or leasing until we can get to that point to where we see where the monies or the funds gonna come from in order to make that large of a purchase.
Okay,
John,
but
in-
today,
page-
we're back to
John-
where we are.
John,
I mean,
page
where we
2,
are
is that
today
right? Is that where we're at?
we're still, I mean, the budget, I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
you can look
That's
back
to
on
on
page
the
two.
numbers.
That's to itemize for the streets.
I
So,
said,
as I mentioned to council,
this is,
I'm not asking for approvals today.
Okay.
I'm asking y'all for y'all to develop a consensus of the needs and weight them in priority. Which ones are we gonna try to fund, which ones not? You keep on mentioning, that you don't have the numbers. You have an activity report that has it broken down to the month. I have the budget in front of you, the budget that I,
You have
The-
itemized
yes, ma'am, it's itemized on
for
page
each-
2
what the
for the
spending
last,
each
for the last 4
department?
years. Yes, ma'am.
No, you have it all,
No, ma'am, it's,
you don't
it's
have,
for each department and broken down by what it's spent on. Each department has this. And these are the numbers that
we
we're
don't
going,
see what they're spending it on. We have numbers.
do you want a check register? I'm
If
not,
I need,
They don't-
we have that. You
Okay.
can look at a check register. All I'm having is what we're spending on. You
The
say you don't
items.
know what we're spending on? This is what we're spending on maintenance and repair of trucks, on maintenance and repair of equipment, on the streets, on insurance, on electricity, on gas. Those are what we're spending. The gas
we're receiving.
and the telephones,
We don't have, that's what I'm saying.
you
You
can, I
giving
can
me what-
bring you boxes worth of receipts. Our
No,
auditors
you
You
do that
should
every
have,
year.
you should have a list when you're doing,
I can give you a check register, but right now,
when
I'm
you're
telling
doing, when
you
you're
what you're
budgeting for a
spending on.
department, when you're budgeting for a department and you have itemized lists for each item, right?
Right here.
That you make a purchase for.
It's right here.
Yeah, it's based, I mean, the numbers he has is based on the current.
It's
current
category.
expenditures
Yeah.
And past expenditures.
And those, and if
Right,
I'm
that's,
not,
that's as a whole, but that's what I'm saying, we don't,
It's like your budget. You do food. You write food. Do we write ice cream, soda water, Delaware punch? You just do a food and you give a deal. And that's the,
But
that's
We
the
don't just wanna see
concept.
food, we wanna see where the money's
What,
being spent.
yeah.
But that's
So we
it.
can
It's right
see
here.
if we
No,
can make
whatever
adjustments.
you're doing, it's there. If you, but if,
So if they buy pens, you don't want to see it under office supplies, you want to see pens bought. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I want
Those
to see
are
what they're
office.
spending, what they're actually like.
Thank you, Mr. Coulter, for informing us on what we need to make the streets better.
In the
And,
supply, in the supply list. You should have a supply list. You should have items that you purchase.
And I see your point, but we had an auditor, and this was before I got on council, the auditor come in and did this exact same thing and signed off on the budget and that everything was there. And this council, when you were on it, approved that auditor's report. So I don't understand why we're hung up on that now.
And
This stuff is
I'm
generally
available.
just like she
I'm
said.
available. You ask me questions throughout the entire week, 3 or 4 emails every day. Hey, I want to see this. I send those informations to you. If you want that, we have check registers. We have come in and all week long. I'm your person to ask those type of questions, and I will give those information. If you want to see how, like I said, office supplies. Do you want to see how much money is spent on pens versus paper versus ink? Those things, just ask me. Even that information is available. But what I'm telling you here is broken apart in categorized office supplies, gasoline, repairing vehicles. Those are all broken apart and categorized what we spent money on. And I have it right here on page 2. So for us to be able to move forward through this process, it's really critical
So I'm just
that we get on the
asking,
same
yeah.
page on how y'all want us to proceed, because
materials and supplies.
this is very dysfunctional. There's no way to get through a budget workshop if we're talking about these items. The needs right now is what we're presenting, and I would like y'all to help us get through today by
Either we
looking
need
at the
it or we
needs
don't
and
need
helping us weight in a category. Hey, let's look at those 3 items.
And
Let's
rate.
prioritize those and try to find funds. And I will be glad to sit with you. Y'all can come and do my job, sit down with me and say, you know what? They're probably buying too much paper. Or those decisions, I have to make those every day. Like, hey, where's those trash, why are y'all buying that many trash bags? Well, we did that's my daily job. That's what I do on a daily basis
So
already.
we- so
So
that's
I
what-
will gladly
Can you-
sit down
can-
with y'all.
Can you come back up here real quick? First of all, and I understand your frustration, but from me, and I don't want to speak for the rest of the council, we understand what you're saying in your frustration. You want to put out the best absolute quality that you can, because
Yes.
you don't want to have to do work and then be held accountable for that work not holding up. And I understand that. We appreciate the street crew because we see the work that y'all do, and
Yes, sir.
I mean, and we appreciate what y'all are doing. We got some growing pains that we're trying to work through, and we appreciate you coming up here. Thank y'all. Thank your crew for what they do. Because, I mean, without y'all, I mean, I don't know where, I mean, we'd be back in horse and buggy day. So thank you and your department for what y'all do. We're going to look at your request, and we'll try to make some decisions on if this is what you need and we can afford it. We're going to try to get it for you.
I'm the type of person, either way, we're gonna give the best efforts we can give.
Yes.
We're gonna do the best job we can do, and we just gonna keep pressing forward.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say something for Gerald as well, but no, you can sit down. I had to call a businessman this morning, not from here, from another town. But in the conversation, then he brought it up and he said, hey, I see y'all doing a lot of work on the streets in Crockett. I said, yes, sir, more than we've ever done before. And he said, it's really looking good. So kudos to you.
For reference, while we're talking about the street department, on page 2 of y'all's revenue sheets, on page 2, we have the actual expenses of 2024, 2025, budgeted for 2026, and proposed for 2027. If you look down on the 3rd line under contract services maintenance, about center of the page, it says maintenance and repair streets. This is what council has allocated each and every year for maintenance and repair on streets, for the road construction that we do, and even down to the pothole repair.
Okay.
So in 2024, we spent $254,000 on maintenance repair. On 2025, we spent $481,000. We're budgeted this year for $574,000. next year's proposed budget, and like I say, this can change, this is the one that can change, this is what we're working through now. I currently have plugged in $650,000. That's almost a 60% increase from 2 years ago. Continuing to try, what we found is our street department has become, is very cost materials heavy. It's the expense of doing street construction is very expensive. It doesn't require a lot of people out there with shovels, a few good pieces of equipment, and lots of money for tar and rock and cement and gravel and asphalt and all those things. Those eat up the budget quickly. We want to continue on that trend, spending money, buying the materials. That's the weakest link, I guess I should say. If I gave Gerald today, if council said, let's hire him 4 more people, we would not get a lot more work done with 4 more people. We would do probably some other stuff, straightening up stop signs, replacing, doing things like that and cutting tree limbs. But road construction, it's the money for the oil and the chip seal and the rock and the tar and the asphalt. So as much as council can prioritize going towards continuing to fund us with supplies, the material and the equipment, that's the weakest link right now that we're asking council to, continue focusing on.
And I want to say something to Gerald. Gerald, I mean, I understand, I know that you and your guys are doing top-notch work. Y'all are putting your best foot forward. But, I'm not trying to discredit y'all's work at all. But the thing of it is just me just looking at numbers, and I understand that it's like pulling teeth trying to get the equipment to work with. But it's also like us pulling teeth trying to find the monies to get you that equipment. So it's not like I'm not trying to find the monies to get the equipment for the departments that need it, things like that. I'm not trying to fight against the council or anything like that. I'm just adamant in about what we're doing, and I want to make sure that we're doing it correctly, because what I'm looking at is that we're getting, and I keep saying a lot of numbers thrown at us, but we're seeing the numbers, but we're not seeing what these numbers are actually used for, what we're doing with these, and not just saying doing with the monies, but what it's used for. So going forward, I've been asking for different documents and things like that, from John. I guess I'm almost getting there, because if I don't ask the right questions or for the
We're not
right
gonna talk about that
document, I may not get that. So
Ms. Hicks,
I
we're not gonna talk about my
appreciate,
performance.
what all you do. And so until we can look into the budget and see where.
Let's hold up at this point. Hold up. No.
When we can look into the.
Ma'am, wait a
We
minute.
can look into
I
the
asked
budget.
you to stop. That's one.
We-
No,
we-
what it
we
is,
had this
no,
workshop,
wait,
and I'm
wait.
talk-
No, ma'am.
No,
Let me
look,
tell you
Mr.
where you
Allen had
are.
an opportunity.
No, he did, but he
Mr.
didn't
Jury.
call names,
I didn't-
and he didn't talk about
Well, we're
performance.
talking about-
He
I didn't
asked,
talk
no,
about performance. He
you're
made this
calling,
statement.
no, you're calling his
John-
name, saying that he didn't do his job with you.
I just said I would
No, I
give
said
him
that's
his name.
inappropriate, okay?
It's inappropriate.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get with John.
No, that's not what you said. But
What
go
did I
ahead
say?
with what, no, we're not gonna do that. Go ahead and
Okay,
just
but anyway,
compliment him on his
I
job.
appreciate you,
That's
for
enough.
what you do. And, like I
And
said,
keep
I'm
it
not
that
fighting
way.
against the council or anything like that, or the material, or what you need to do your job. But what we just need to do is find the funds to try to see if we
That's
can,
it.
help your department.
That's
Okay.
what you wanted to say. Thank you. Okay, all right, at this point, we're almost at a stalemate with where we need to go next, but what we were supposed to do, back on target, and we're supposed to look at what's there, give an explanation of how we feel about it in terms of where we want, and we need to decide whether it's something we want to do. We're not making final decision. We're not reviewing detailed budgets from last year in terms of where we are, because we've already had the opportunity to do that. What we want to say at this point, they're going to present it, we're going to digest it, we're going to decide, and like you said, is it another means of finance we could use? Those are recommendations that we can move forward with and look into. But just the generic, let's get a list, all of the detailed lists that you have. This is what we're working with, and if you want more detail, you can follow up with it in a different way. But right now, we're just bogging ourselves down with our personal feelings, but we do want you to give the accountability for what's best for the district, but we're not trying, this is not the final decision. This is the first time. And right now, we are bogging down, and we need to move forward with it. So what needs to happen, you do have the numbers before you. If there are things that you don't understand on the numbers, that's something that you might need to arrange to get a further explanation. You can give your explanation, but we're not personally identifying what everybody's doing is in their job role. We're doing what we're doing with the finance. We're focusing on that. So
Thank you, Mary.
with that being said, we'll move to the next item where we are right now.
The next two items I have in front of you, I've already handed them out, and I asked, I don't know, you may have put them already in your binders, because I was asking for more information and cost. And so I'm going to break these two down real quick. On our utility side, we have two more specific needs that are not currently being addressed in our operations budget. In our overall operations and maintenance budget, we buy the chemicals, we pay for the licenses, we pay for all the permits and everything that it costs to run a water system and a sewer system. There's two needs that we currently do not have addressed. This the two that we handed out, Mr. Hudson. So we have a water and one in the water department and one in the wastewater department. Our water tower that's over the top of the state school on the south loop, we have that, those towers, we have them inspected. The inspection that just came back on the water tower on the east side is good. The inspection that came back on the south tower is showing, beginning to show paint flaking, rust deposits, and a few small pinhole rust in the riser. TCQ, once this gets to the point, more than likely next year, because every year we submit all these inspections to TCQ, they give us a time frame to go in and address them. If this one is not addressed, this will be one that will be, TCQ will give us an enforcement order and a timeline to get it back repaired to where it passes inspection.
They would shut they would shut the station down?
They can do all kinds of things. A lot of it is they'll either they'll fine us, they'll give us penalties and fines with deadlines to repair, or make us take that tower offline while it's repaired, and make sure that it gets repaired before it gets put online. We reached out to our engineers. When you talk about engineering, they're going to go back to the core of what they can warranty and make sure that it's done the right way, and specifications in paint, sandblasting time, the gauges and thickness of steel, and then they bid that out. They put specifications together and bid it out. Their estimate for that tower is in the $600,000 range to sandblast and redo and reseal that tower and recoat it and paint it and bring it back online. We talked to several local contractors. One is one of the ones that's done work for us before. As long as we stay under $100,000 threshold, we don't have to engineer it. If it's a small repair and we're just fixing it back up like it's already designed, the tank is already there, we don't have to redesign everything. All we need is to clean that paint, sandblast it off, repaint it, give us a warranty, for the paint and the workmanship. If we stay under $100,000, we don't have to go through all the engineering and the specifications, which really run up the costs. A couple of the companies that's already looked at it has been anywhere from the 90s to 120,000. It's just kind of a given that I just not ask for 120. If I'm going to ask for 120, I'm going to have to ask for 600,000 because I have to have it engineered, and then we have to go out for bid based on engineering specifications. We got a.
Here's some water.
Can you grab water?
Here's the water. Oh, have you used it? Oh, I'm sorry. You good? Oh, you just.
We're bringing a water real quick. So I would really like
I was getting dry in here. What is up there? A chain reaction?
It's tickling my throat just thinking about it. So that's one of the needs that, in order for us to not go under any kind of TCQ enforcement order, we really need to plan on spending some money on that water tower to get it sandblasted. And so that's the one, and I have that form in front of you. The other one,
Which one? So what's the protocol for TCEQ? So they give you saying that they can look at it next year. So just looking at it, saying that it needs repainting, sandblasting, what type of protocol is there, like set, to where they give you a warning, to give you time to get it painted?
Usually they'll do something called a finding. They come out and present a finding, and usually it comes with probably about, if we give them, 30 days before that goes into violation notice, it gives you a little bit of time. And usually if it's something small, hey, you're missing, a life vest at your wastewater plant, we buy it and send them a receipt, and it never hits, it never gets recorded. But then after that, it goes into notice. Once the notices are sent, usually they'll give us 30 days, 90 days, a timeline. And if we don't meet that, then we would go into enforcement order. It's like, hey, you have to fix this, or you'll be fined so much a day, and so forth. So we have all that time. That's why I'm asking council now ahead of time, because I know that it will be coming. It's that process in that tank, the coating and everything, is going to need to be addressed before our next inspection, because we found it in our inspection. It's serviceable, but it won't be serviceable long. As we start losing paint or rust starts to, growing, then we need to jump on that before we have a lot more construction and repairs.
John, when was the last time it was serviced?
In 2019.
Okay, so we don't have a warranty on it or anything?
No, sir.
Okay.
So we did both of our tanks in 2019, and at that point we went in and spent almost $1 million for both of our tanks. Essentially, what our engineers are saying, we probably need to go back and do that same thing that we did back in 2019. I know that the exterior of it, yes, the paint is getting a little chalky. The logo still looks fine. We're not losing anything. It's still structurally sound. We need to sandblast the interior, recoat it, because we're out of kind of any warranties. But we can do a quick fix on it now instead of waiting until it gets into a full rebuild, rehabilitation of it.
So once we do that, how long for is the rehabilitation on it?
Normally the warranties are a year to 2 years for materials and workmanship. I feel like I know the time before that tower had not been fully done for 20 years when we did it in 2019. It had not been done for 20 years. It was right at 2000 when we had the last tank, and that was when the contractor and one of the painters fell. Yeah. And it was, so that's been 25, 26 years ago. Wow. And so it lasted 20 years that time. And we got into really bad where TCQ was requiring us to do it then. Here, they're not requiring us to do it yet, but we're out of warranty for it. And so I think if we kept it and we did just a repair, and I would bring back that company that did it last, reach out to them and require them to put a little bit of pressure on them. Ask them to step up to the plate, because we feel like 6 years is definitely a short lifespan for what we invested in it. The next one is the clarifier at our south wastewater treatment plant. The bull gear has failed on that one. These are old units. These are 1970s clarifiers, and that bull gear gave way. We have 2 clarifiers, but now we're doing double duty on one with no backup at the wastewater plant at the south plant. We just did a complete rehabilitation on our clarifier at the north plant that Water Development Board is going to be paying money for. They're going to reimburse us for that, but that one cost us right at $350,000. This one's a little smaller, so I'm requesting $320,000, but obviously all of that will have to be, spec'd out and bid out. We'll have to get bids on all of that. But we're currently out of a clarifier at the wastewater treatment plant. And I have that in front of you. The only last one that I'll talk about, I have some other ones, they're in your book. I know that we're not even going to get to those. I have to show them to you as a need, but I can't also in good faith show you funding that will service those needs. So we're going to leave those. The last one is it's a budget appropriation cost of living adjustment for city employees. The city has 59 full-time and 15 part-time employees. I spoke to y'all about this during our one-on-one meetings. In 2022, we did a full assessment of cities all around East Texas and some of our private industry, and we had quite a few holes that we could not fill in public works. The police department had several holes that they could not fill. We were just not even getting people applying for the positions that we had open, and we were losing people. At that time, council did a significant salary adjustment across all city departments, and we did it really heavy on the entry level people, getting entry level salaries up from $9, $10, $12 an hour. Police department, I think, was $15 or $16 an hour. We did a big adjustment across departments, especially for entry level, and brought wages up to where we're more competitive. Since 2022, in 2024, we gave a 2% COLA. So since 2022 to current, we've only given 2% in comparison to inflation that has been 12.5%. So we've addressed, but we still have probably, a delta of at least 10%, what people were making in 2022 to what it translates today at the grocery store and with their bills and everything else. I have a breakdown, 372,000 would be across all city employees. This excludes some of our upper tier employees, some of our department heads. That excludes them, but addresses everyone else beneath them. I think it's under GA, under that tab.
Under GA, okay. That's what I was wondering.
This right here, that's $372,000 cost, would be across our general fund and our utility fund. So we could share those costs, the department employees that are under our utility departments. Water and sewer rates would cover those. Taxes and other sources of revenue would cover the $372,000 of the employees that are under the general administration. Parks, streets, and library, and everyone else. Like I said, we did talk about this quite a bit, and you have this information as we move forward in this budget process. My hopes is that we can come back with some options to council on how to fund either that amount or any other amount, that we can place in our budget.
So this figure here is with the 10.5%?
At 10%.
At
Yes, sir, I
10%.
did 10%.
Okay.
Just as
It says 5.
so as just a feel for, do you think this is a hardship for what's going to be taken in, or is it going to require some?
I think within our current budget, like I proposed it to you, the sheets that you have, the worksheets that you have, I do not have this factored in. We're going to have to come up with that revenue. It's not currently, I don't have that revenue to say that's where that money will come from.
Hang on a second. So the 372,000.
I do apologize. There at the very bottom, I was doing numbers. I did numbers throughout the entire document. It does mention 10%. That one's 10%,
Okay,
not
fine.
5. Not
I just want
5%.
to make sure that's
Let me correct. Let me.
600,000 compared to 300,000.
Yes.
Like.
No.
Okay.
So 5% would be, roughly half of that.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
sir. I do apologize.
No, you're good.
Yeah, I was looking up here, so I mentioned 10% throughout. So I was running also numbers on 5 and 2 and 1 and everything. So, okay. Outside of that, I know the police department. They have some specific requests that really need to be addressed. If we want to go through that one and then do a
Yeah,
quick
we're
water
good.
break, short
We're good.
break, or you want to?
I think we'll do the police.
Okay. Let me pull
Everybody
theirs
got a little
up.
water to keep them going for a minute.
And then you have your packets for the police department in front of y'all. Under tab,
He gave us one.
the police tab.
He gave us a fancy one.
All right.
Mayor, council, I'm gonna make mine a lot faster.
I doubt it.
Oh, he's already talking. He's done
It might be more
homework.
expensive, but it won't take as long, so.
No, but he's already
Before I get into some of the capital requests, I didn't realize this Mayor's time was gonna do that as part of this, but I wanna talk about salary increases. That's probably one of the biggest things, for the budget for my department. Just being blunt and straight up with y'all, if we don't significantly address our pay scale, we're gonna lose over half of our department. I think we're gonna see a mass exodus, within the coming months if we don't address it. Simply because there's so many other opportunities out there that can go out in the board of Walker County, start out at $8,000 plus a year, and you get a take-home car. Like I told y'all, they come in and met with me. I understand we may not be able to match Lufkin, Huntsville, Houston, Dallas, but I think we have to find something for our city that keeps them around here. If they're local, they want to say they have family here, something that they can survive on. So I do think that pay scale adjustment is very significant and important to the police department. If you lose 9 of your police officers, you're looking at losing more than half of your force. Then I think we have to come back and discuss seriously what services we want to start cutting within the police department. Do we want to cut 24-hour coverage? Do we only want to respond to in-progress calls? How we want to fix that, because with a shortage like that, it's going to be pretty significant. I understand that that's not all going to happen at once. I know it's going to come within weeks and months, but I know that I have 9 for sure who have personally told me, if we do not address it, we're going to start applying for other jobs. I can't blame them, can't fault them. They have families to raise, they have young children. They have to do what they have to do to survive. So I wanted to touch on that since Mr. Angerstein just talked about it. On our capital request, you'll see that I have 3 there. I've got them rated top priority to lowest. We'll talk about patrol rifle equipment. We were lucky enough to obtain money from weapons that had been awarded to our department through the courts to turn those over to an authorized gun dealer, who in turn gives us a credit for equipment. With that, we were able to purchase patrol rifles. Right around the $20,000 mark is what we spent on that. And so we didn't have enough to finish out building the rifles, the optics, the lights, and the slings. Obviously, that's one of the most important parts of your weapon, are those three items there. So we're asking for $20,025 to buy the optics, the lights, and the slings to add on to those rifles when we get them in. The next, I have patrol vehicles, but as I met with some of y'all in our budget meeting, we discussed the possibility of leasing our fleet. I'm in the process of negotiating with 2 different companies, getting prices, to present that to y'all to see what that would look like, if it would make more sense. Because the truth is, we should be budgeting money in our budget every year for vehicles. What happens to these vehicles, unlike a lot of the other departments, I know their vehicles get worked pretty hard, but our cars are only go 24/7. They hardly ever get a break. So we try to space them out where they will get a break, but that doesn't happen all the time. Right now, our current fleet, we have 11 We've got two with over 100,000 miles. We've got, we've got two with over 75,000 miles. And then our Durangos, which are our newest in our fleet, we're averaging between 28 and 41,000 on those. And those are our newest cars. So if we continue to skip a year, then you're gonna see that mileage keep racking up. Unfortunately, vehicles are an important part of our job. If we can't get to where the calls are at, then it's obviously an issue. That's one reason I really like that lease program. I know it's gonna come with some, probably its fair share of questions or issues, like, you know, we agreed to a lease of these vehicles, and we agreed to that amount of money every year. But we're also getting a lot of services that we're not getting, whereas if we just budget for one car here, one car there, you'll see by the prices, the cost has increased. For a Chevy Tahoe outfitted, we're looking at over $83,000, and for a Dodge Durango, we're looking at over $76,000. And that doesn't include the in-car video system, that doesn't include the radio that we have to put in it, and that doesn't include the radar. The radio and the radar, we provide ourselves. We have that equipment in stock, or it comes from a vehicle that we cycle out. But the in-car cameras, we have to put new ones in because we have to keep them in good working fashion.
I'm sorry, I know I probably missed it, but the lease vehicles, they come with nothing, or do they come with some
the lease
equipment?
vehicles, what they do is, it's a total package.
It is a total
They hit the ground and they deliver them here, we're ready to put insurance on them and start driving. Their pricing and their program includes the fee for the vehicle and for all the associated equipment is wrapped up in that lease and spaced out. There'll be different terms, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, and up to 7. They don't recommend going over that 3 year because then you get out of your vehicle's warranty. The lease companies, they monitor the mileage on these vehicles, and when they hit their mark, 30,000, 25, 30,000, they pick up the phone and say, Chief, I'm sending you a brand new unit, we're coming to pick that one up. And they're constantly cycling them out because what they're doing is they're taking them on the backside, selling them, and recouping their money. So, that's kind of in a nutshell what that program does. I'm waiting on the specifics. I've got 2 different companies that we're looking at. I know the city of Palestine, their police department and public works department, they lease all of their vehicles through Enterprise. They really like the program, but we're looking at Enterprise and D&M leasing. So as we continue on in our budget preparation, I'll have those numbers and that information for y'all coming up. And as soon as I get it, I'll send it out to y'all so you can start reviewing it. Our third capital request, as y'all know, we've had drones for a couple of years. We got those on grants, or private funding actually. We're able to get 3. As anything else, that equipment starts aging. We haven't found a source of money for replacing these drones, so we went with one. The cost is $13,567.88. That would start cycling in newer blood in our drone fleet. So as those other ones start deteriorating, we can maintain those services. And that's all I have. Any questions?
Thank you.
Chief, I know, I don't know if it was a budgeted expense or not, but I know we talked about the laptops, the software, and how that would be something that could probably take us out of service or whatnot. Could you kind of elaborate on that?
So, several years ago, when we first got computers in our cars, the council then chose to purchase those computers outright instead of leasing them. Once we purchase them outright, we own them, and we own all the issues that come with them. So, 3, 4, 5 years later, as they've aged out, now these new ones have come in, these are no longer, you can't update them, you can't do anything with them. So right now, 6 out of our 10 that we have are not CJIS compliant. So we're fixing to have to remove them from the vehicle because we can't get them to a point of where they're CJIS compliant. So state.
Yes.
Right now, we're able to write tickets, that's how we issue our citations is through those computers. So you are gonna see a pretty significant, about $11,000 increase in our annual fee line item, because we went back and created 6 additional computers to go with the ones that were already leased, so we can cycle those old ones out, and that is an annual fee. With that lease, they cover everything. In 3 years, they'll send us all new computers, we'll send those back. They're constantly rotating that equipment out, so we don't have the maintenance issue. So I know it seems like a big number yearly, but when it comes to, you know, spending $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 in 4 years, having to do it again, I think it works out in the long run. And it's a lot easier to budget for, knowing that we've got that coming.
So you've budgeted for that expense?
That is added into our
In your
operating budget,
operating,
is
yes.
what I presented to Mr. Angerson.
I got 2 questions. One, with the lease program, like the other day, I saw one of your officers jump in a car and he was having a problem cranking with that Durango. I know there's been some fuel filter issues or fuel pump issues with them. If you're on the lease program and they're having those issues, you would make a phone call and they would fix those, right?
Right, so, each company has different programs, like Enterprise, one thing, we will handle minor maintenance, such as oil changes, tire rotation, stuff like that. But your bigger expenses, your electrical system, fuel system filter, they'll have specific dealerships that those vehicles will have to go to, basically for warranty work. So the second company, I haven't gotten all that information, but, one of the nice things they offer is the ability to choose what vehicle you want. Originally, we got away from Tahoes because they were not as available, but now they are. So likely that's something we're going to transition back to if we go with the lease program, because we don't have those type issues. The Durangos have been great, but we've noticed some fuel and some electrical issues in them. Just like what you're talking about, you may get in that car, I think the Durango time has seen it too. They hit that push button to start, and it'll turn over about 6 times, and then it doesn't crank. They do it right after that, do it again, and it'll fire right up. And it's hit or miss.
It seems like it's mostly every time that I hear a cop car trying to start up.
Day, and it happened on one of them all day long, but that same vehicle tomorrow may not be an issue. And we've had them for multiple dealerships, and we can't find the issue.
Yeah.
They won't find that issue until after the warranty has expired.
Oh, wow.
And they'll be like, oh, we found it, and it's gonna cost $7,000.
Well, in that case, does the city, I mean, do we, and this is more of a question, do we work on that ourselves or do we, depending on what the issue is, do we?
So it depends. If it's something that's covered, we do have dealers, you know, we'll take it to the dealership. A lot of these things, we've been fairly adept at fixing them ourselves. Something like this, I think it might require a letter from our attorney. Well, these things are under warranty and they're emergency vehicles, life safety vehicles. They need to start. And the thing is they do start. It's just not right away. They start later.
One of your officers had a hot call and he come jogging out and I'm just kind of watching him and
Like 3 times.
and then it fired up and then he took off lights and sirens. I'm like, man, that's kind of.
That's like our brand new Chevrolet truck. We have less than 5,000 miles on it.
Yeah.
My captain was going down the interstate the other day, and it just cut off. Just randomly cut off. Flashed up, told him, shifted into neutral. Luckily, he had the snap to go ahead and do that, and fired right back up. But those are issues that you don't like having.
No.
So,
But,
I'm sorry. The other question I have is this drone that you have y'all, I know like some of the agencies down around Houston, and I want to say Stafford maybe or League City, they have wired drones. So like for let's say the 4th of July thing, it's going to be up for a while. I know batteries last 15, 20 minutes. It's a wired drone. You plug it in, throw it up in the sky, and it's got like a 600-foot tether, and it just stays there floating. I mean, is that something y'all's considered at all? And I know they're a little bit cheaper, but I mean, I didn't know if that's something y'all
so these
consider.
drones that we have that capability. We
Oh, wow.
don't have the equipment that does that.
Okay.
The tether that ties in, basically, it's hooked up to electricity. You can run it up and it can run for however long you want it up there, just for overwatch type
Yeah.
situation. That's just something we never have purchased because we've been able to
them up, and we may bring it down for a little bit and back and forth. Like for 4th of July, we spent most of the 4th of July event in the air, except for we would bring it down, maybe change the batteries. So it hadn't been an issue for us. It's one of those pieces of equipment that we'd love to have and have the availability of. We just haven't went that way yet.
So is it better to be wireless, or is it better to have a wire? Because if it's wireless, you can go all over the place.
So every situation is going to call for a different way to handle it. For instance, like Councilman Durham said, for the 4th of July event, that wire situation would have been perfect. We could have put it up and covered everything that was going on, not having to move around. If we're on a search and rescue operation or looking for a suspect, obviously we don't want it wired because we're going to be flying around. So every situation, could it be used? Absolutely. Especially for events for 4th of July, Christmas in Crockett, stuff like that. We're going to be real handy.
So with that being said, so are there any other grants available for extra?
So grants for drones are nearly impossible to get, even to the point you have to go to the state capitol to testify for them. All of our grants come from private donors. That's where we were able to get ours. Those private donors have not come back with any additional funding at this point. So we probably 95% of the equipment that we've gotten, drones, LPRs, a lot of the stuff that we get the guys, the weapons, the breaching tools, all that stuff, we've gotten that on grants or donations. We haven't come to the city to say, hey, we need this money. I think at some point we have to let some of our private donors breathe a little bit and say, hey, we're going to take on this responsibility. You know, we're going to, you know, I guess what I'm saying, I don't want to wear out our welcome with some of these private donors. That's why I'm coming to y'all with it.
Chief, if we, when we get the information for like a leasing program, first of all, would you be willing to go that route? Second of all, with the warranty and the maintenance, and that would alleviate from the city and you guys, that would decrease your maintenance budget, correct? That could be, you know, relocated or reallotted under.
That's correct. I think that, me personally, from an administrative standpoint, I think the lease program is beneficial to a police department because it's a never-ending battle. We've talked about this. We talk about it every year. We need to continue to replace them, recycle them out, but there just never has been a real good option on the table to do that.
Mhm.
And so I think when you have these lease vehicles, they're taking on some of the maintenance of it. I think that helps cut some of our vehicle maintenance budget. Like this year, I can tell y'all now, from the projections, it looks like we're going to go over our vehicle maintenance budget, mainly because of the 200,000+ mile vehicles we have. One had to have a new transmission. One of the, I believe, had to have a new transmission. Then we had to have some work done on one of the older Durangos that was not covered under warranty. So our vehicle maintenance budget got hit pretty hard. When we have a fleet of brand new vehicles, or the majority of them, a lot of that load gets softened up on some of that. So.
And one more follow-up, with the, with a program such that is that, would the vehicles be equipped with everything that you need, or would there still be like equipment costs that you would?
So what I've been told by both companies is you tell us what vehicle you want, you provide us with the upfitting equipment, the equipment need. They build all that into the pricing. So when we get those prices and look at it, that yearly fee that we see, those are going to be vehicles that show up here ready to hit the road.
Understood.
That's from striping to equipment inside the cars to the computers. That's
Okay.
all of it.
Okay.
Chief, I just want to say, I know you, just to kind of reflect back real quick on, I know you spoke briefly about raises for the police department, your department staff. I'm going to tell you that I appreciate you advocating for your staff. You always do. Y'all always do every year. But, somehow, right now, I mean, just looking at the numbers, I can't see us doing, raises right now for the staff. Not to say that in the future that we look at that. But I will say that just looking from my standpoint, kind of figuring like the salaries of, everyone, and bringing it to the attention of the council, feel like that, at this point in time, you need a raise. I appreciate everything that you do for the city. I'm looking overall at all of the salaries, and I see that, looking at you, and your administrator, Miss Georgia Hopkins, I think she's been here serving the city for 37 years. So kind of putting those numbers together, and I guess I just need to put it out there. The numbers that I'm looking at that we may need to consider or look at, I was looking at on the salaries of the chief, and when y'all get a chance, if y'all would get the salaries of all of the employees, I would like to ask that we consider making a salary increase of $45.62 an hour.
Well, let me say this, I appreciate everything you just said, but as far as myself, I absolutely will stand here and refuse a pay raise if we don't address the men and women that work for me, because the truth is, that's almost frustrating, because they're the ones that are out there, getting into the creeks and the water and pulling the dead bodies out, investigating the homicide, picking up unresponsive infant children and rushing them to the hospital. If I didn't have them working, I wouldn't be needed. So I do appreciate you saying that, but I think we better focus on the staff that make this city run, because if you don't, and I mean what I'm saying, if you don't address the salaries of that staff as a whole, the city's gonna find itself in a bad spot. And, I don't think we want to, we really don't want to be faced with that. On Miss Georgia Hopkins, that woman deserves every penny we can give her. She can run that facility when none of us are there, and she could actually be the first unlicensed chief to run that facility. So, yeah, I'm always open to give that woman more money. I think that something we have to do as administrators or a city as a whole, we have to, those employees that have been here 25, 30, 35 years, they're invaluable, and I think we have to take care of those employees. So,
Good word.
Again, I do appreciate those words, but I would outright refuse any pay increase, respectfully, unless my men and women get a pay raise.
But I really like
Good word,
the
Chief.
emphasis that you put on the employees. We have some really good employees, and that's so important to the city that they don't aggravate. Kids come up and talk to them, and they have a relationship, and I know how invaluable that is.
If you pay attention to the men and women that work over there right now, and that's any city employee, all of our employees are important, but this department we built up with young officers,
It's a good.
I'm not interested in losing them. And I think we need to pay attention to that because they're good with the community knows them, the community's comfortable with them. I can't promise you what happens when that next guy comes in. We don't know until we meet them and we start talking to them. But I think the ones that we have now, they truly want to be here and they truly like their job and they excel at it. So, something I didn't mention, Texas Police Chief Association done a study. It costs the city on average from $100,000 to $200,000 per cadet. When you calculate what the academy costs, the time that we pay them, the time that we send them back and forth in the vehicle, the time they spend 6 months 4 to 6 months in the academy, and they spend 6 months on FTO. By the time you add all that together, you're investing over $100,000, and if we're not paying them right and keeping them around here, we're just trying to
They'll be
the next
gone.
department. And it's a never-ending cycle. And typically, we do a 3-year contract. Right now, we only have 2 employees that are under contract. So, because they've been here long enough, their contract has expired. So, I think that's something that we really have to focus on. I'm even, like I've told my staff, I think it's important enough that if it comes to a tax increase, that this council is not willing to say, hey, we're gonna do this. I think we put it before the voters. But I think at some point, they expect us to provide services, and that money has to come from somewhere. When they call, they want us to be there, whether it be us or Public Works or whoever. And like I said, if it gets to a point where we look at losing 8 or 9 officers, somebody's got to take the fall for that. Somebody's got to be able to answer those tough questions of, well, why don't we have a PD officer working tonight? You know, and I understand the position that puts y'all in. So obviously, I'm always open for discussion and figuring out ways, but that's my opinion as your chief. What our department needs.
Thank you for consideration and the caring that you're showing to the officers as well as in your fleet, Chief. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you, and it's taking everything within you to decline. I understand, because I noticed that you put your staff, staff before yourself. You always do that. I noticed that. I noticed that your staff also has good camaraderie with the community in general. But just looking at right now, looking at the budget, I don't see. And I know in the future, yes, I could see that. But I can't see taxing the citizens, increasing, because we're already dealing with, increased water rates, things such as that. So we're trying to juggle those issues as well. So, yeah, I can see if the council is talking about, raising taxes or whatever to give raises to the employees, I would suggest that let the voters vote for it or against it. That'd be their choice. But I'm not gonna be for increase in taxes or anything like that. But just to say, I appreciate you. I do want the council to consider, since the chief declined his, I would like the council to consider Ms. Georgia Hopkins with an increase of $29 an hour, which will give a salary of $60,320. So that's my request. I'm just looking at the salaries that we're already giving, so I'm just asking that you all look at them as well, make your decision on how we would move forward with increase for Ms. Georgia Hopkins' chief declined his, but I'm still open for chief as well. So even though he declined, I'm still open to present that to council, so council can decide if they want to move forward with offering him that increase as well. So thank you.
I just pulled up while he was talking. Palestine Police Department just posted they're doing a civil service in August, and their starting pay is up to $73,692 a year, and so that's what we're up against. That's where our talent, and they don't have to drive far; they can still live here. So
with that question,
maybe when I was talking to Councilman Ivy or Councilman Grant, explained to them in years past, everybody's wanted to do a salary study for agencies and cities our size. The truth is, that's all fine and well, but that's not who we're losing.
that's not your competition.
We're losing people to. So I understand that those that we're looking at are way up here. Maybe we can't get there. I just think we have to find something.
Happy
And I know the
families.
pay scale I presented, I've talked to every one of my officers and showed them that would keep them here. I don't know what less or what I was negotiating period, but they felt like that was fair. They felt like they could raise a family on that. And I think it'll help.
I was gonna ask you as well. I know you pulled up the salaries for the staff. What's the salary for the chief?
I don't think we could discuss that unless he wants
No,
to.
no, no, no.
No, no,
Palestine.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, so that's
I
what I'm
mean,
saying, you're
I bet
comparing.
it's,
No, we don't have to say.
I think they're captain level. I thought you were talking about
No, no,
personnel
no, no,
issues here,
no,
but yeah,
no.
I mean,
No, I have the
one of their
salary.
captains was like 110,000 for a captain in Palestine, so I'm sure it's
Okay, so what I'm.
150 plus, you know, in the neighborhood of 150.
Yeah, so what I was looking at was that, you know, with what you saying that, I'm looking at that our chief is extremely low on his salary, even compared to other departments, department heads. So he's
Well,
very
I mean,
low.
what's to be counted too in those days are the years of experience that have gotten them there too. I mean, it's not just like a blanket, this is what you start at. Some of them have quite a few years, so it's a reflection of not only their years, it's in their raises and their additional certification. So when you look at their salaries right at that point, you're not looking at a blank, flat salary, like they start your base. Some of them have earned that. And so it's not to be taken lightly that when we talk about raising their salary, that they haven't earned those salaries, and they, on that part, they do deserve. And I know you've been with several departments and you've been here faithfully, but we can't turn a, you know, you've been on that police department that many years personally, and you've stayed with them. It should be reflected in your raise. And so we have been we have been tight, and I appreciate that you appreciate the people that work with you. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, and I see, and like,
Yeah.
and I have your years of service here with us as well, and it's 21 years and 5 months. So I appreciate that, so that's why I still want to put before the council
It's
to
good.
consider a raise for you on your behalf. Not that we're overlooking the staff, I would just want to make that clear, because it seems like that people are trying to point that I'm overlooking the staff. That's not true. So it's, I could see doing a raise in the near future, but at this point, dealing with our budget, I can see those 2 raises going forward.
Thank you, Chief.
We take a break.
Take a quick break,
That's so we're calling for a break. We don't have to, we don't have no kitchen, we're gonna take a 2-minute break, everybody. Break next week. Oh.
Don't you think? ma'am. You know, I don't have a pen up here. You got one?
This is adding Lori to the city's what's there, and then one place back there.
Okay. Get my glasses.
You doing okay, Miss Smith? Doing okay. Well, I've always, yes, man. We've always been in harder places. It gets easier from there.
So you related to Tony?
He's my brother-in-law.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good people. Those two places?
That's all.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Thank you, ma'am. I had to borrow your pen for a minute.
Ms. Benson? Are you on countdown? Where you going? I know you got something to do, man.
Where did that happen?
Party!
So it happened in San Marcos.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you what, the first week you're off, you're like, oh man. In about 2 weeks, you said, oh man, I just, all this time, I'm just doing something. By that month is up, you said, dang, how was I working so hard? I got all this to do. And then after a while, you done said, you can do it. Because I couldn't believe, I was retired 14 years. I was doing stuff, you know, part-time in between, but how do you lose 14 years? But that's how long I've been away from the school. And I've done some part-time jobs, but it's amazing. It's a lot of stuff to do. I still have cleaned the closets. I still haven't thrown all the children's old stuff out. And it's just a lot of stuff. But if you think, it doesn't matter what you do, don't worry yourself out, because it'll be there tomorrow. And the mob in the next day.
I would, yeah, put hers.
I wanna know why you don't share the budget.
I gave all the reports that she literally has it. I can see them from here.
They
I
get,
just
you
can't,
need a light.
I can't argue in a council meeting. She shouldn't put me in that position, but I will not allow her to lie or say
It is a joke.
misfacts.
I said, that's.
But I'm not gonna be going back and forth.
I said, no, that's incorrect. And you can say what you want, but I'm challenging incorrect.
Yeah.
It has gone. I got some real bacon in here. A whole piece of bacon. Who did the sandwiches?
Miss Margaret,
Oh. Did she have meat in here? Huh?
one of the tacos, those are really good. That's what you got, yeah.
That's what I wanted. I didn't know these all
They
had
have
bacon.
a really good tasting sausage in there too.
I prefer the sausage. I'm like you. But I saw the egg. I said, that'll work. But you know, it's really hard. You can only delight in putting people down in this area.
No, it's fine. It doesn't
When
really
you
bother.
have an opportunity to go to private and clean up what you do, but you want to do it publicly for the recognition. I was telling my girls yesterday, you know, I was coming up on the square. They said, oh, it's marked out. I said, oh, that don't mean nothing. You just ride up there and they have to let you. I said, but you do it out of courtesy.
Exactly.
You ride out and let them see you. And then they say, okay, Mayor, I want you. No, you just tell them move. I said, no, that's not the way you handle people. I know y'all spoiled right. And everything they said, well, you know, you're the mayor, you just walk up and take it. I said, you know, that's not the way you do things. I said, I didn't raise y'all very well, did I? But they're used to authority. I said, but you know, authority is, it's soft authority is much better than force authority.
Sure.
I said, you walk up and
Let it
just
be given
tell
to you.
them.
Let
And
it
then
be
they
given,
say,
don't
oh,
demand it.
like I never go up in the mirror. They say, oh, you're the mayor. No, tell them they know me, but that is Crockett. They don't. They got an idea halfway through. And the little kid was telling me I was paying for giving them a snow cone. He said, you're the mayor. He said, you know what, I'm putting this on my tab for you. I said, that is so sweet. I said, that was so much. I said, you don't have to. I got my money here. He said, no, I want to do it for you. It's so that's amazing. And that's how you teach people how to handle
Sure.
authority position. But if you have to tell everybody I'm the boss, you create chaos for yourself. But you know, we're getting a lot of young kids that like politics. That's really interesting to me. Yeah, they don't want to be Superman. Instead of being Superman, they want to be a president or something.
They all want to be the mayor,
They do want to be.
until you show them your salary, huh? They
They
change their name.
That little kid said, Dr. Fisher, you must be rich. You're the mayor.
Why do I get that? I get
But he said, he told me, that little kid told me. But he ran the keep the squeeze, the
my nieces
smoothest
and my
con on me.
nephews, my nieces, my
Uh-huh.
nephews.
Y'all
Hey,
rich.
Uncle Chris, you must be rich.
Now that you're rich,
You're on city council. You got all these cars. Your house is this and that.
Hey,
I say, yes, I am rich, but I am not wealthy.
I'm
I try
rich
to tell
and
'em.
God's good.
There you
Great.
go. I try to tell them the difference. I'm like, I'm rich in a lot of ways, but
Listen,
I am.
clearing-
I said, I am not wealthy.
clearing $46 a month here on the council, you'll get rich.
I know you get, that's what I told him, I can't, you can't even get your nails.
Right now,
done.
until new car prices
For
come
what
back
they
down.
give you.
I mean, I can
Go to the
see.
nail shop and probably pay them $70. They send you home. Definitely can't get your hair fixed.
Somebody asked me that, and I don't know if they're serious or not, but anyway, they said, did your pay increase when you made mayor pro tem? I said, listen, first of all, I didn't make mayor pro tem. I said, that was by default. That was by default, and no, there was no increase.
But it is amazing how many people think you get paid real money.
Ma'am?
They think you get paid real money.
Yeah.
But in the cities, they do. But they don't, no, baby, they don't pay.
Well, the other night, a few weeks ago, when Carol and I went out to
This is love.
Mimsey's and got a ribeye steak. We split it. It was $71. One month work here won't pay for that.
You can't even take one, yeah. No, you can't even get a meal.
So that was our only time to go do that.
I tell you what, food is out. We ate out somewhere and it was like $40. It was like a kind of buffet thing, but it's like $40.
Oh, yeah.
And it went up with what, depending on what you got on the buffet.
That's right. At that Chinese buffet, the guy went and told that guy was in there, he said, the sign says, all you can eat buffet, not all day buffet. He said, you eat and go home.
Don't wait to get hungry, you know?
You know, I used to have a friend, they go, when they were switching out the buffets, like from the morning to evening, you go at that point and get what you want out breakfast and then start eating. Like I said, that was a real piece of bacon, and I'm not used to that much bacon on the sandwich.
Remember that old cowboy show now? Rolling, 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 keep this doggy rolling. Let's keep this rolling.
Before I left, so I just added mine to
It's gonna be 12 o'clock.
Watch her.
I saw that bacon, I was wondering if he had pulled
It's
it off.
11:22.
Oh, yeah.
And then eat the bread.
No, he cooked that for me to
Everybody
make
back
sure I
out.
had breakfast.
I'm feeling this one look like.
All right, Mayor and Council. So y'all are free until 5 o'clock, right?
No,
No? Okay.
no.
How about noon?
Yeah, that's just 30 minutes.
Y'all feel, I mean, y'all, I'm at y'all's pleasure,
Noon
so.
sounds good.
Let's, let's
The
blaze
next-
through
Close
it.
to 12.
What time is it?
It's 11:20.
And I said, let's go through.
11:20.
11:20?
Let's do what our intention was
Yeah.
from here,
Yeah.
from this moment on.
Okay, so, from this moment on, we have the budget in front of you. I'm gonna touch on just a few highlights of the budget, of the things that you need to know as you're reviewing it, and you wanna make some notes, wanna meet up with me later. We'll do all of that. If you have questions right now, if I'm knowledgeable of the answer, I'll give it to you. If not, I'll tell you I'm gonna research it and I'll bring it back to you. But, currently on the first pages of your budget, you have your revenue sheets. As I spoke, I have some notes here. On property, one of the biggest things that I'm seeing impact our budget this year is the state legislature gave a business personal property tax exemption this last session to businesses. They increased the exemption from $2,500 per year to $125,000 per year. So small businesses, restaurants, mechanic shops, just any small business like that was getting a $2,500 personal property tax exemption, it got increased to $125,000. So a lot of the taxes that they were paying, they will be exempted from it. At least $125,000, and a lot. We're finding there's a lot of businesses that if say it's a lawn mowing business, there's 0 turns in a truck and a trailer. It's somewhere around there, So their property, their personal property tax, their equipment and machinery and stuff like that went away. That tax, the property tax is being exempted. A restaurant and things of that nature, those property taxes are being exempted. The thing with exemptions are not remove. They don't remove that tax. They just shift it to somebody else. So businesses that were paying that tax and working the tax into their bottom line, as they set up fee schedules and sell a burger or mow a yard, that was all included. They're exempted, and as a business owner, that's a really nice thing. However, it just moved it to the rest of the people paying the taxes. So the other businesses that have greater property than $125,000, homeowners, fixed income, everybody else gets impacted by this load that business owners were exempted from. That equates to 12 million. We have 12 million. Here, let me pull it up just so I can reference it. So you have in 2025 we had 107,000 in business property tax exemptions. 107,000. That's how many people were exempted. $107,000 worth across all business owners in the city of Crockett. There was that many exemptions provided. In 2026, there's a total of 12,796,000 in exemptions. If you subtract last year's exemptions, you have an additional exemptions of 12,688,000. That equates to current tax rates, today's tax rate, that equates to $86,000 of taxes that are shifted off of the business owners
To the owners.
to
property owners,
homeowners, everybody else.
I
did get that yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
I got all the paperwork.
And I have a copy here. And so this is some information as we're developing this budget. Property owners and other people
taking a load.
are assuming this $86,000 in additional taxes. So that's one point that I wanted to mention, that as we're building this budget, that's going to come back up as we're going to be doing something called an average property taxes. So based on average home values, this is what you currently pay as a homeowner, and if council increases the taxes any, this is what will go up or down. But we're going to have to factor in that $86,000 of revenues already, but before council even does anything, so we have to. That goes into the calculation. The other thing is transfer of employees as promotions and licenses have occurred. What we've seen is over the last few years, more and more of our people, as Gerald mentioned and we had talked about earlier, the street department is very heavily centered on the cost of concrete, of cement, of asphalt, and all those costs. that's where we needed to prioritize more of our focus on and less of manpower to do the work. Especially as we get more and more quality work that is getting done. Our water department and streets department are very labor intensive. They will work all day long in a hole or at a leak. There'll be 5, 6 guys digging, pumping, running equipment, putting pipes in the ground. They could work all day long for maybe $1,000 piece of a pipe or a valve, to install a valve. And it took that many people all day long, whereas on the street department, it might take 4 guys all day long, and they could be putting down $50,000 worth of asphalt, you know. So, the Parks Department is the same way. With our TDC contract, we're very, very fortunate to have that TDC contract. However, we have employees that are in our Parks Department and our Streets Department that are helping out just to keep on the workload of the Water Department. So this budget reflects transfers of moving those employees from one department that they're not as needed in to departments that they're already, you know, they're already helping out and working in those departments. That way, it's proper. The labor is properly loaded and paid for. Not increasing, not hiring more people or firing more people. It's just moving them. So you'll see those reflections in the budget in front of you. The other thing that this budget is going to, under advisement of our attorneys, one thing that's come up is council, and let me pull it up right here. Council, by resolution, when the EDC was terminated and abolished, there was a distribution of assets plan and an interlocal agreement where the city would manage to make sure that the sales tax that comes in for the EDC will continue going until it's paid off all of its obligations. And there was these are the items right here that council approved. The asset, that all funds will go towards these items here. Notice to claimants. So we had 2 existing lawsuits. We had the USDA loan. At that time, there was initial in January 30th of 2025. So about a year and a half ago, we owed $2.3 million. We are now down to $2.2 million. That is still owed on there. So legal costs, the remaining obligations for the building renovation, for the Provalis contract, that's been finalized. We've completed all of the renovations required for that contract. Bookkeeping services, that would go away. EDC consultant, if you remember, we had a consultant there for a little bit. That went away. And then we had a few contributions that council approved to repair the EDC, the roof that was out there, the Westbrook House, the Mary Allen College Museum. It requires some things that need to be finalized, and we set some money aside for that. And we set aside $20,000 in other maintenance obligations of the properties. Since then, all of those things have been addressed, taken off the books, paid off. We now have a fund balance in the EDC of right a little over $600,000 outside of the current debt payments. What we approved in the resolution that was all proceeds into the EDC accounts would go towards that obligation. And right now the big obligation is the USDA note. We have roughly $600,000 in fund balance to pay down that note. That will bring us down to around 1.6 million that we still owe. We have an estimate of about $808,000 in sales tax revenue that's brought in by that half-cent sales tax.
How much did you say again?
808, and that's in your budget, in the proposed budget that I have before. That 808 has to be made up, and each year completely spent down where you don't have rollover fund balances. We need to pay off that debt. At that rate, at the proposed rate that we're projecting now, it may go up or go down a little bit. If it goes up, more than that amount will have to go into debt payment. If it's less than that amount, we'll have to adjust it down and pay whatever did come in sales tax. So you'll see that reflected in your budget. We have to, At that rate, it'll probably be this next fiscal year and a portion of the following fiscal year. I'm gonna have to get legal advice on how to apportion fractional, so if we pay off half of it within a year, or half of the proceeds of the EDC sales tax goes and that debt is paid off within that year, how do I factor in a tax rate? Because by the voters, any sales tax that comes in, the EDC sales tax that comes in will go towards property tax rate relief. So the entire amount is going, just based on current estimates, it's going to be over 20 cents reduction in property taxes, or the property tax rate. So we currently get about $2.2 million in property taxes. Over a third of those taxes would be reduced in the following year. Our tax rates would go down by a third. We'd drop to somewhere in the 60% of the previous year. So how that calculation has to work and how those funds are brought in, we need legal advice on how to properly project those and make sure that money is set aside in an account and goes specifically towards that. What did you say?
I didn't
Sir?
say nothing.
Okay.
Oh, I
So-
was fixing to say something.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so, with saying that, I was looking over the CIDC funds and the USDA payments. or
Yes, sir.
whatever.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was just looking and, I highlighted where it says transfer from CIDC, where it says on the.
Are you looking at our audit? Yes, uh-huh.
Yes, I audited. Okay, and it says, transfer $2,234,000, $656. So with that being said, what was that transfer for?
So when council passed this resolution to terminate and to transfer all, so in those assets, so there's two numbers. There's a depreciation or an asset number. So the properties that are owned, the city owns, and then the debt that the EDC owns, the city now owns that debt. We have to pay that debt off. It's our responsibility to manage that debt. We have an interlocal agreement that says that the city will oversee and make sure that that debt's paid off. And so I will present this to you before this budget year is finalized and closed out, and it will be reflected in your audit as well. When the audit comes in, all of those funds will have to be tracked and show that it went towards paying the USDA note down and paying it down each year. In that resolution, it says that and y'all have copies of this, but I'll give you another copy if you need it. But it says the foregoing amounts will be transferred to an escrow account to be dispersed as costs are incurred for the foregoing obligations as that are related to the windup of the corporation. So I will show that. Track it. Here's how much money we received this month or this past year, and this is the debt that we paid off, for the USDA debt that we paid off, and it'll be reflected in the budget. That way you can track the activities, the amount of money that's coming in and the amount of money that's going out.
All right, so we do have an account for the CIDC, right?
Yes. Uh-huh.
So why are we having to transfer it?
Because it has to be, because by resolution it has to be transferred into an escrow account.
Mm-hmm.
Those
And
monies.
that's just by resolution.
So all of those monies have to be captured, shown as a transfer, and then every dollar accounted for paying off the debt.
So
until
we
the
actually
debt's paid
didn't,
away.
so we actually really didn't have to transfer it. We could have just left the monies in that account. So you don't-
Our legal advice, the legal advice from our attorneys was to make a transfer into an escrow account. Whether we had to or not, that was the legal advice that we went on.
Yeah,
but
that's-
it's-
But that
it's-
wasn't presented to, with the legal advice, I don't know if that was presented to us, because taking the legal advice, we just went with what was advised.
Yeah, that's what we
Instead
have
of
to do.
just-
That's what I wouldn't veer off from that.
But if we didn't have to do it, what kind of legal?
I don't know that we didn't have to. Our attorney said that we should. So I don't know. I'm not an attorney. That's what I'm saying. According to them, that is the cleaner way to track the funds, to make sure that we're not commingling funds. They have to be a set-aside escrow account to make sure that there's no commingling and additional, tracking required. You can see in, out, and it should tally up. Those were the items, I guess the biggest items that, as you go through this budget, our revenue line item, as you see the difference there over last year. We're continuing to see a small decrease each year, or sometimes even more than a small, but a fractional decrease every year in franchise fees. As we become more efficient, people go to LEDs and to solar panels or whatever, so you have electrical franchises going down. As people go to streaming devices, you have dish, satellite services and dish network and all the cable television franchise. All of those are steadily decreasing each and every year as more technology comes out. The way that this is set up, I'll have certified values to present to council as soon as I receive them. Otherwise, I'm just based on last year's numbers, and I'm showing a voter approval rate based on those numbers. If you go down to the sales tax, what's that? The fifth line down, sixth line down. City sales tax. The city sales tax is healthy, and it continues to see a slight increase year over year as we're going probably to more locally sourced stuff. We're more online purchases. Instead of driving to Lufkin or Woodlands or somewhere to buy those things, we're buying them online. Those are being now taxed locally, which is a really a good benefit. It keeps the city healthy. Other than that, you see, yes, I would highly recommend if you're wanting to buy shoes or if you can find an online option, please buy it online. You're paying somebody's sales tax, and why not pay ours instead of an out of town? Amazon, I think, is our third highest tax contributor, or actually, I think our second highest contribution other than Walmart.
So it does help to buy
100%.
with Amazon.
Instead of going to the mall somewhere else.
I don't like malls, but my wife is. But I never knew.
So,
See, a lot of people use it, but I didn't know it benefited us like that.
Yes. And so those are you see the revenues. I'm continuing to work on the revenues for utilities, water and sewer rates. Right now I have last year's budgeted rates in there. We will continue closing in that number and making sure that we have an accurate number projected for next year. This does not include any rate increases to the water or sewer. This budget does show, and council's gonna have to, we'll have to account for that. But we have a 3% CPI increase for garbage, and we have a 2% increase for water, for purchased water from the water district. This proposed budget shows the increase. We're eating those costs for the water rates. Yes, for the water rates. We're not increasing water rates to pay for that. As we go through our capital requests or any COLAs or anything of that nature, we will have to probably look at that. Well, we will definitely have to look at that if that's what we're going to do.
3%.
But currently, without any of these capital requests appropriated for in the draft budget, I'm not showing any rate increases in the draft budget as well. However, I'm showing it on the garbage side. The garbage side, passing on, we have a 3% increase from our supplier, from our contractor, and we're showing in this draft budget a 3% increase to the resident. Somewhere around 20 cents, I think, 26 a month.
So to reiterate and get clarity, so you're saying that increasing tax rates will not, we will not have to increase tax rates dealing with the garbage and the water. But
Correct.
If we consider doing COLA raises or any employee raises, we'll have to look at increasing taxes.
Taxes or decreasing another expense. If council says, hey, we're going to decrease this
Okay.
and put that towards the COLA, we either have to decrease current spending or increase a rate to bring in additional revenue to pay for it. This does, like I said, this does include a garbage rate increase due to the rate increase from our contractor. But in our water and sewer, they hit us with a 2% increase. It currently does not show that being passed on to the consumer. But as we move forward with the budget, council may decide to pass that on to the consumer. But it currently doesn't. So that's the revenues. Expenses. We brought from our committee. I was initially my salary line item was when I stepped down to assistant city manager. My salary was being paid out of community services and development department. As we brought in a finance director, we brought that salary back over to our general admin budget. So you have a decrease, and then it increases back to cover for personnel costs for myself and for our finance director.
Okay. I was looking at that, just looking over everything. I saw where you also put in another department for an assistant city administrator.
That was the previous budget, so that's why I'm saying that is being transferred back over. And so we don't have an assistant city administrator position that we're budgeting for.
Okay, well, you gave me. You gave me. Well, I have to go back down.
Right.
You gave that to
Yeah.
me.
Well, we'll look at it. Like I said, if
And you put it in another department, like in the, what do you call it?
no, it's not in there. It's not in it. So there's no budgeted expense for an assistant city administrator. Going down to the street department, that's where the street department and parks, I did transfer. So some people that began working in the parks department that gained water licensing, we moved them to the parks, to the water and sewer departments. People that we had hired to replace them in the water and sewer departments, we brought them into the parks department. There's a little bit of savings and personnel costs there. The street department is the biggest one. We had several people that Gerald and I met, and he said, John, these guys are working in our water and streets departments. Our water and sewer departments. And especially like with water lines, sewer line breaks and calls on the weekends. When somebody's on call for the sewer and the water department over the weekend, if they were budgeted out of the street department and they're eating up overtime, we appropriated money for overtime in the water and sewer, but not in the streets department. But if they're coming from a street department salary line item, they're also running up overtime in the street department. And so this right here corrects those personnel. So where you have a transfer out is being brought into the water department. Those costs are being better appropriated. As you see here in the street department, this current draft. As you saw up ahead on the revenues, it showed about a $71,000 additional surplus that could be appropriated. Council can appropriate that money towards some of these capital requests, or appropriate more of that money towards street department, maintenance and repair of streets to get more streets done. As it is, it shows a $75,000 increase to our street department maintenance and repair. So as I mentioned earlier, in 24 we spent $250,000. 2025 we spent $480,000 in the street department, almost doubling our street department budget. Then we increased it to $574,000 this year. This shows it projected at $650,000 next year. So continuing to move that money into the priority of street repairs, especially as council seems to be more aligned with moving just a little bit slower on the street department, not gaining so much ground, and doing it cheaper, doing less chip seals and doing more asphalt, rebuilding, doing more concrete curb and gutter, slowing down enough to where that project is complete, we can walk away, and that's a 20-year, you know, a 20-year street, not a 5-year when we need to return and do another chip seal. But those cost a lot of money for us to spend that.
So, just quick question. So, basically, so the worksheet, the budget worksheet, so you're saying that this is the itemized?
No, ma'am, that's not the budget worksheet. That's the activity report that I was mentioning to earlier that shows year to date, every month, what we spend in each category for each department that you mentioned earlier. That's that sheet.
Okay. But we don't know.
That's not the worksheet.
Okay, so, okay, I guess that's what I was looking at, because I don't, it doesn't specify, or like I said, that's what I was asking about receipts. It doesn't specify what we actually purchased, and it just gives us an overall number. It doesn't like, material and supplies. I mean, we don't know if we actually spent that on those.
I can guarantee you we spent it, so all it needs is you to ask, and I will pull the check register, whatever it is you want to see. Those expenses.
How do you keep up with, that's what.
We have software that does that.
Okay.
But each and every week or 2 weeks, we'll cut 80-something accounts payable checks. So there's no way to show you every check that we cut unless you come in and say, hey, I want to see, you know, this one.
But what I'm saying is, it should be documented, right?
Of course.
When you make the purchase.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what I'm asking. So can we get a printout
No,
of
ma'am.
each?
There's no way to give a printout of that much information.
Like monthly?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
know, purchases monthly?
If council wants to do that, I will be glad to do that. But we'll have to let council tell me if that's what they want.
Okay.
That information is always available to you, though.
Well, I would like it monthly. I don't know about the rest of the
Well,
council. Because I mean,
if council
because I
wants
can't.
a monthly check register, or however y'all want that broken down, we can do that.
Okay, because I mean,
So,
Hang on one second, let me ask you a question. So like under materials and like it says oils, gas, and grease, you want a breakdown of every dollar, if we budgeted $10,000, you want a breakdown of every 10,000, every penny that they spent, you want to see a receipt for every bit of that money.
the state does.
and the state gets it.
And the state gets
Well,
it.
why
And
we can't get it?
well, yeah, I'm not saying that you can't, but
You
we
get it in that
paying outside
No,
audit.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I would like. I would like to get what the state gets. If the state gets a breakdown, because, I mean, just in general, if you're working for the state, they want for every penny accounted for. So how do we know what we're working with?
But
We have an auditor
legislator,
that- we have an auditor, hang on, John.
Okay.
We have an auditor that reviews that,
Yes.
and if there's any discrepancies, they bring that before council.
Okay, so that means that we don't look at what we're approving, we just rubber stamp it and just say whatever the auditor says. I mean,
because you're not
Is that what-
auditors.
no, I'm not auditing, but
Right.
I do have, but what I'm saying is that we do have responsibility of the finances of the city. And so to know what each department has, or spends their money on, helps us to determine how much money or how many funds they're gonna need the next year. So we don't just say, I'm gonna give you an example. I saw postage stamps, whatever. Let's see, give you an example.
John, while she's looking, what's our ballpark budget for annually? Just give me, how many million?
12 million.
12 million.
Okay, postage, okay, just like for instance, postage. Okay, do we spend $2,000 on postage
Absolutely.
in a certain department?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm asking. If we can find where we can make leverage on some of the other areas where we can find monies to purchase what Mr. Coulter needs for the roads, I mean, let's.
For the
Well, let
last-
me
for the
entertain,
la- for the-
I
for-
mean, may I inject one thing?
Sure, you're the mayor.
Number one, we're not micromanaging department. You hire a department head to do your department. If they decide they want to support postage is what they need, because some days they have to spend out some things they're not. A department head ought to be able to designate where they want, if they're spending it on something other than what they want. But it's not our job to say you can't buy postage. For us to
I'm not
go
saying
into their
that.
budget and tell them where to spend it, it has to be a level of accountability with them. If they're spending it within their budget, if you wanted to have a conversation, that would be different. But to designate, we need to take money here and put it there, we're micromanaging. That's why you have managers to do their.
Well, I mean, we hired that nice lady right there to do that for us.
That's where I'm at. That's what I'm saying.
So we hired her to do that,
Yeah.
so I hired her years of experience trump mine.
Right.
I can balance my checkbook, but her years of experience as a city or a city finance director, I'm gonna trust what she says until I can't be.
Well, what I would like for, I'm not gonna say I'm not trusting what she says or what Rick says, but I would like to see it for myself. So if she has a printout of the information of the how the budget is itemized, I would love to have a copy of it.
But that's
what I'm saying. But my thing of it is that we have numbers here, and we don't have an idea of what is for. We have numbers, but we don't have exactly what the departments are purchasing. And if she has that, someone like me, if I want to look at it, allow me to see it.
But
Yeah,
I mean, you're
it
talking about
is. It's
$12 million budget. That's gonna take John or her an astronomical amount of time to pull all those receipts to make those available to you.
Well, see,
I mean,
the thing
that's
of it
a
is
waste of our time. and
well,
money.
we're supposed to get monthly reports anyway. So,
Yeah, and you
I
do.
mean, so
You
we
get an
don't
activity
get monthly reports on each department, but
Yeah,
if
you
we
do.
did,
You do.
we could keep up with that.
You do. You get an activity report showing how much is spent in each department, in each
Yeah,
budget
how
line
much
item.
overall?
No.
But we're not getting
No,
it
ma'am.
itemized.
You are itemized. You are getting it itemized. You have it right there in front of you. I'm looking at it from
I mean,
here.
you
No,
said you
no,
can pull
no.
out the things.
That's the worksheet.
Yeah,
You-
no,
you-
that's not.
The activity.
No, you
Okay.
know exactly
So
what I'm
I'm
talking
going to move
about.
forward.
Yes, sir.
So,
Go ahead and move forward.
so here's the thing. Like I said, if we do each and every payroll, or twice a month when we cut checks and everything, those are available. If you're like, hey, why are we spending $2,000? I'll be glad to show you those receipts.
Mhm.
For me to put that number in here, it's already been tried and true. I know that we're spending that much in postage and stamps and everything else in that department. If it's building and standards and we have to send out notices, we'll send out 60 certified envelopes to people within a 300-foot, in the water department, we send out 3,500 utility bills each and every month. All of those cost money, lots of money. So all of those are tried and true. My job over the last several months has been to do exactly what you're saying. Well, if there's 2,000, are we really spending? I'll look and I say, are we spending 2,000? Yes, we are. So that needs to carry. Oh, hey, we're saving some money. We just upgraded to whatever, and the costs are less over there. So that's why when you see every category of expense in every department, there's 380 expense line items. As you look, you'll see increases, decreases, flat. Hey, we're on target. It looks like we're going to stay the same next year. Or hey, insurance has increased dramatically this last year. They did reevaluate everything. We're going to go up on that next year. Those numbers are already reflected. If any of them look off, and you want to know the information, all of those, Ms. Hicks, I don't, and I haven't, and I never will deny you information that you get as a council member. If you want to sit down, we have banker boxes of receipts. You can look through them to your heart's content.
So-
I welcome you to do so, but to provide all of those into spreadsheets and create more work and materials and supplies for paper and bring those to you every week, month, that I don't see it as being realistic or something but if council says that, we will gladly do that as well.
No,
So-
the thing of it is, because like I said, we're getting numbers, and we can't evaluate actually what
You
that
can't.
department can actually need, what the need is.
I think that
You can.
Bill-
That's what my job is as a city manager, to know
Yeah.
exactly what they need, what they've spent, what we're trending to go over on, what we need to adjust. That's why it's called a budget. It's not hey, you will never spend more than $10,000. We're projecting that next year something will cost $5,000, $10,000, and so forth. And it's my job to go through it. And now we have people helping with reports. Hey, listen, I want a daily review on those kind of things where we have time to say, money's going up, going down, this is where we need to make an adjustment and come to council for approvals. If council gave me a budget, I need to manage it. And so that's what this is for next year. I've looked through this over the last several months, and I've made these adjustments for y'all to look at. That was my job. Your job is to look at it, and if anything looks off, say, hey, can we meet later on? I'm wondering why we're spending that $2,000 in stamps. Be glad to show you, and I'll show you exactly where it's gone and why it's 2,000.
That's
I really could, because otherwise you don't need me. You don't need me. You don't need a finance director. Y'all can run the city yourself.
Actually, we need you, if you would, we need you, if you know and you're aware of what we're spending in those departments to bless you. Like I said, we need an itemized list of what those departments are
Which is
spending.
why I showed that to you.
Yeah, so we need, so you're basically just I keep saying you're just
We
giving us
really need to
numbers.
move on. That's not even,
You're trying, but I'm just telling you because, that's what I'm saying is that you're just giving us numbers and you're not giving us details about what expenses.
That's-
But, okay,
What
we're,
kind of details do you need? Tree, what? I mean, it's.
We don't have, he's basically giving us numbers.
We've
So
gone through
the
that.
thing, but my question is, this is my question, this is gonna be my question, is that, okay, since that, John has, went through, looked at everything, why are we even having a workshop? If he's bringing us, and he's already looked at all the numbers, and he's thinking that everything is approvable, why are we having a workshop?
To
So-
approve.
There's lots of decisions.
That's what I'm saying,
There's
so you
lots
want
of
us to make a
decisions.
decision, but you've already made the decision.
Nope.
There's no
So-
decision made.
No decisions have been made.
okay,
This is a presentation.
Mayor and council, I feel that we've gotten off topic and we need to
Thank you.
realign.
So we are aligning, we're on.
No, we need to realign, we need to
Okay.
realign with what our agenda is.
Agenda is on the workshop.
No, that is not,
Okay.
that's not our agenda right now.
ma'am, he's,
That's not our
we're,
agenda item right now.
he's talking, speaking there.
That wasn't what we agreed to
Okay.
move forward to.
Item list or?
Wait a minute, let me just, at this point,
That's
we're
not what
going
the topic
over.
is.
And I think Councilwoman has fully stated what her concerns are. And at this point, we're just going over an overview of what has been projected.
Yep.
This is an opportunity for everybody to reflect and from the projection. And if we're gonna have another one, this is just to organize us, tell everybody, everything has been pulled from their department. And this is a true representation because it goes through the audit. It can verify that that's where the money is and where it was spent. The direct line by line items are not spelled out in this portion of it. And a businessman has already offered that he's given her what she's asked in terms of it. So what we're on to right now is moving to the format. What we're gonna follow are the things in order. These are the things that are in order. Is it something that you want to do? And that's what we're working with. So I think it's been clearly explained at this point, and we do have before us the numbers. And we're not doing the specific item by item, but we have the number section by section that they're evaluated in, as the auditor is gonna go in and evaluate them.
And I'm making myself available for every one of y'all individually. If any of y'all want to see individually more in detail, obviously that information is fully available.
Accessible.
We have it all on file, and it can be shown. So you saw the street department, the decrease of 115,000 total. On page 3, you have the parks department. With the parks department, a decrease of $5,900 total in expenditures. Each one of these departments, anywhere that I can find some money to shave down, because there's inevitably some things that have increased. So a little bit of contingency here or a little bit of fluff, I've gone through and really looked at it to make sure that we can't take some money. And you'll see those, every one of those subtractions, there are monies saved, monies pulled out of those line items. And where we can't, we've added those line items, and it's reflected here. The police department, they have a total of $4,592 decrease in their expenditures. However, you see over here to the side, in comments, there's a few things specific more, some of it's on the capital request side. And we'll do the same thing when we get to the water and sewer on the capital request, but there was some increases in lease equipment that was asked for. The computers, the software, the subscriptions, that's the number that it really needs to be at, where you're seeing that $103,000 in annual fees and equipment for subscriptions and fees. The new line item that we've added this year that was a request with police chief was department ammunition. So before it was taken out of his travel and training and materials and supplies budget. So if you have materials and supplies, you'll see, in there'll be some ammunition costs. Here, due to the amount of costs and the increase on, qualifying each and every quarter or however often y'all qualifying the amount of ammunition, he's asking for a specific line item on that. So you see that number. So I do need, that 70,000, that could easily be eaten up by some of those costs there. And so, I need the things that I knew that are going up and down that we have really no say-so over, like electricity, gasoline, things of those natures, we move those. New items, those are things that needed a little bit of council input. Not tonight, not today, but it needs to be looked at. The fire department, the biggest increase there was, we were told this year that we needed to adjust. We were paying for a part-time employee at 24 hours a week. We were told that we needed, if it's anything over 20 average, we needed to pay for retirement. Retirement needed to be, contributions need to be made for that employee. You see that, and you also see this year, as you see in y'all's books, there's been a reassessment of all city values on buildings and equipment stuff. They haven't, so if we told them that City Hall is gonna cost $1 million, say in 2005, to, when we went under TML, today, it's gonna be way more than $1 million, right? So they went in and did an assessment of all city facilities. So in insurance costs, you'll see the rates didn't necessarily go up, but the assessment values did, the valuations, to replace it in current day values. So those two costs were the greatest contributor on the fire department. And you see an increase of 19,000. Community and development services, you see a decrease of 5,700 for year over year budget. All of these departments, I'm going through and trying to find places that we can shave, cut costs, and to bring that number down, because I'm trying to do it this year to where we don't have to go to a voter approval rate. Or if we do, I want those costs going to salaries. I want those costs going to a cost of living. The expenditures for sanitation department, that's the cost, that's a 3% increase in customer cost over the contract. It's a $1,042,000 budget for the garbage. Over last year's $1,011,000. The library, you see a decrease of $185,000. The mechanic shop, you see an increase of 1317. Some of those were making some corrections to workers' comp and salaries that was not properly appropriated for last year. But that doesn't include any salary increases. The Civic Center, the biggest hit that we got there, we have a $13,000 overall budget increase for the Civic Center. And 16,000 of that is an increase to insurance. They really hit us hard on the valuation on the Civic Center. It was well undervalued according to today's replacement costs. And they really pushed that number up. So that went up, our insurance went up for the Civic Center by $16,600. And so I've made some cuts elsewhere in the budget and brought it down to an overall cost of $13,000. Then you have the EDC obligations. You see that breakdown there. That what I'm gonna do for council before we finalize that line item. Basically, the 3 unmet obligations that we have not finalized yet, plus the USDA note, is written into this budget. What will happen though, if we've, like say legal expenses, we've already spent some of those legal expenses, attorney expenses. So that $20,000 budget will decrease and that money will go towards the USDA debt. So the overall number is accounted for. I'll get you a more itemized number this is what we appropriated 20,000. We've spent 12,000, so we're gonna leave 8,000 in it for next year.
Okay, and what's the projects? The two
Legal
projects?
expenses, the office roof repair, the soffit and trim repair for the Westbrook house, and I have $20,000 in maintenance that could go towards, more than likely, the Westbrook house or any of the property cleanups. There's some culverts that need to be installed. Some of those things we can try to address before the city starts spending its own money on the EDC properties. But all of those will be itemized and brought to council. Council will have to approve any of those expenses.
Now, my question is, so those are extra expenses that are coming out of the EDC's account?
As per the resolution that council and,
Okay,
The
because I just
one-
want to
one that-
remind the council that, you know, we're only supposed to be paying the debt and not,
obligations, not the debt, the debt. These line items that are put in here are because they're in that resolution that
Yeah.
council
Obligation.
and the law prescribe. I didn't put anything else in there.
so,
The water department budget, you have an overall decrease. I feel less confident about the water and sewer department budgets because some of the items that we normally keep in there for repair and water main, or, you know, water line repairs, or say replacing, for instance, an example, we're over there doing road construction on Darius this past week. We got a collapse around a manhole. A manhole started caving at the bottom. Until we started moving the dirt, everything was okay. Now we ran into the need for a new manhole. We have to pull all that old, that was not something that I was expecting manhole on Darius. Things of those natures, we had 2 line items that would address water main replacement and sewer line or sewer manhole repairs replacement, that I really had to cut down those budget numbers in order to make this budget work and fit without a water rate increase. Because we're eating this water rate increase from the district without a water rate increase to the customers. So we're taking it out of contingent repairs to manholes or water line repairs or things of that nature.
okay.
So it's still a balanced budget. It funds itself, but we do run risk that during the middle of the year, I may have to come back to you and say, hey, there's no money in the budget for this and it really needs to happen, so we need to pull from fund balance. This budget prior to this allowed for, hey, we need a new manhole, pull it out of that line, have them go buy that manhole and get it installed.
So the $90,000 we budget for contingency, would that come out of?
It shouldn't, because that's water. This is water and sewer. The 90,000 that you're talking about is in the general fund contingencies.
So what are we using that for?
Contingency, whatever comes up during the year. As council says, hey, let's pay for that. Well, then that's where that money comes out of.
So when,
For instance, right now, the charter legal costs for the charter review that council approved, that's coming out of contingency. Those items are, as council approves, come out of contingency.
okay, so that's what I'm asking. So with those water issues, could that could come out of contingency?
It shouldn't, because for the water and sewer, it should come out of its own fund. It should come out of water and sewer money, not property revenues. That you have a general fund and a utility fund. It's best to come out of the utility fund. And we have, basically, if you look down there on page 11, about a quarter of the way down, it says water main replacement projects. Last year we decreased it. That really, for proactive, that should be increased. Last year we had money in there for a $35,000 vehicle. That would pay maybe for one of our used vehicles that I requested in our capital request, but I had to remove that line item and not fund it in our, kind of like the police department, they were wanting to add where every year we buy a new vehicle.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what it would be nice for the departments that are vehicle heavy, a lot of manpower. It'd be good to have one of those included every year. This one does not include it on the water department. The sewer department, on the last page, page 12, sewer main replacement projects, I decreased that from 100,000 to 45,000 for sewer main replacement projects. Like I say, those are all projections. I don't know what I will run, I don't know what we'll run into next year. But you have a little bit of money set aside to where when we do need that manhole because it collapsed and the road's shut down, we have the fund, we pull it out of that. And so that contingency, so to speak, is decreased, pretty significantly.
Okay. So what I'm asking is, because I've noticed that we got $90,000. But
In
still
general
we
fund
can,
contingency.
so we still can use that as we need it, as the city see fit to need.
You can, yes, ma'am. Especially that should be more on the general fund. If the fire department comes to you and says, transmission blew out on our engine and it's big things, they run into they have a wreck and maybe a vehicle's totaled, big things that happen, we would pull that out of contingency to pay for those items that are not budgeted for throughout the year.
Okay, because I just noticed that it increased, and I was just wondering if we already have something.
No, it didn't.
Okay, because I see
It's
in
the same.
2024, it was,
No, I'm talking about from last year. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe we may have decreased it by a budget amendment that council approved to move it from contingency at that time. Okay, that gives you a draft overview of this budget. I'm available. We can meet and drill into more specifics. The other items that I would like council to give a little bit of direction on, to where we know, I don't want to spend the next couple of weeks working on this, and then council says, yeah, we're not even going to entertain that. What are some of the items that we talked about in capital requests, some of the items that council says, we support you digging in, bringing back quotes, bringing back options to fund, because then I need to come back to council and say, okay, well, we have this much sitting in contingency. We're going to pull contingency numbers down and move it over to here. I presented y'all last week, a spreadsheet of our fund balances. If council says, listen, let's appropriate this year to meeting these capital requests, fire hose, this, that, and the other. Let's appropriate this much money. Let's free up this much money out of fund balance to pay for these capital requests. You have the numbers of the fund balances. Those are saved for purposes like this. It's not money that we want to readily spend. We need to keep strong fund balances to keep our credit ratings up, and for purposes of budgeting throughout the year, if big unforeseen things happen, we need to have healthy reserves. But it's there, as well as the 70,000 that you see in, surplus revenues if we were to go up to the voter approval rate. If that's something that council will consider. So some of the things that I would like, y'all can present them in forms of several motions if you want. One thing that I would like is, are y'all for or overall against entertaining a voter approval rate and that amount of revenue coming from the voter approval rate? I'm not asking you to approve any tax rate increases.
Are you for it or against?
But do you want to fund some of these needs, especially like the operational needs, the year-over-year expenses? Some of the ones that I think are or I guess about as justifiable as any, are some of the increases to the police department's expenses, like their budgeted expenses, not the capital requests, like the vehicle or things of that nature, but their budgeted expenses. You see the different departmental. Every one of the departments, they decreased this year. We had to really shrink in our overall expenses. One, to stay on target with the amount of revenues that we have coming in. And we're hoping, we hope that we can find money for some raises, some kind of an adjustment. The big adjustment that the big relief that we have coming in a couple years from the EDC property tax rate relief, that's when we'll really feel the impact to our property taxes and our owners, the people that pay property taxes. Right now, it's a tough time to say we're gonna decrease taxes or, you know, so I really want council to give me some leeway. One, do y'all want me to, as I'm working and building this budget, do you want me to continue considering the VAR, the voter approval rate, the 3.5% increase to revenue? That doesn't necessarily mean a 3.5% increase to your taxes, your tax bill, but I will have more of those numbers that I can bring back to y'all.
You know, I guess.
I wouldn't be disagreeing to it because you basically would leave it up to the voters.
No, if we want to go over that,
Oh,
that's the amount that council can do without having to trigger an election or call for a vote. Call for an election. If there was a significant amount, like was presented today, the cost of living adjustment, council says, you know what, let's look at 5% or 10%, whatever number y'all want. Those will trigger going over that VAR.
okay.
Well, will the 3.5 make a difference?
You'd
I
have
think the
run
3.5
numbers.
will fund all of our budgetary needs without risking.
And, you
It will
know,
not fund capital requests, and it will not fund a COLA, a cost of living. The 3.5%. That will address some of the needs, specifically for the police department, the ammunition, the cost for the computers, the department issue cell phones, some of those items that have become a need.
but it would give you the
We'll fund
flexibility
those.
to go to step 2 to address those specific needs, right? By,
Yes, ma'am.
by reallocating what's in your budget now and looking it around yourself. That would make it, we know our city is old. I mean, that's it. But in spite of being old, it's growing. I mean, just looking at the little holes that are popping, I know our streets and stuff we're challenged. Every time a street is touched, some other big hole open.
Stormwater,
I mean, it just-
everything.
It's
Yes, ma'am.
just, I live on Southport, just looking at the changes, and I hear them people hit that big hole every day. And I feel sorry, I hope it didn't bust something else. I've seen little wheels fall off the cup. I got picked up by 4 hubcaps in the last week. I mean, but that's all over, and so.
The broken hydrant in front of your house.
Yeah, it's been there.
That would come out of like that water main replacement line, and so as we shave down of those, if somebody runs off the road and hits something, unforeseen items,
Well,
we're getting tighter and tighter.
Yeah, it's really, but I know, not just mine, but it's just a high pop area. I just hear it every day, how much, so I know I'm not the only one hitting it, so it's aesthetic. But I was just saying in terms of what we could do to address, because every time you feel one hole in an older city, and the streets are looking better, but we know it's roads we've never, we didn't even know they existed. They're back in the back, and people, because they say, come look, Dr. Fisher, come ride me. I can ride me. I said, I'm gonna give you a council person name. She can ride,
And
he can
we'll-
ride.
And we'll ride.
I said, but, so we do have some major needs, but I think if we could do a 3.5%, I hate paying tax like everybody else, but I do know that at the end of the day, it's more equally spread that way, because I'm finding out more and more people are getting property now. They're buying property, and so it's being spreaded more equally across. I mean, you can just look at how much is being bought. That we don't have every time a sale goes, somebody's buying it. So I think that is a good source of consideration. And then we juggle.
So how comfortable do y'all feel about that? Are you comfortable enough that you want to entertain a motion that we discuss it and we bring those numbers back? I want to feel fairly strong that I have y'all support on that. I'm not wanting to talk about something and, you know, build a budget around something that you come back and say, no, we're not talking that.
I'm just giving an opinion, and y'all know I'm very opinionated. At this time, I'm not interested in entertaining and
The voter approval
looking
rate.
at, looking at an increase on taxes for the people.
Okay.
But you said,
Okay.
you said any, not even
I will-
voter
I will bring-
approval or any kind of tax, right? Either the three, did they see, said it could do so much before the voter approval?
Yeah,
Are
up
you
to,
interested?
Okay.
Up
no
to.
higher than the voter approval rate.
Well, until I actually, just let me look at it again,
Yes, ma'am.
let me review it again, put everything in, and come back.
So at this
But
time,
right now, I'm not in agreement with increasing or using the approval rate.
I understand.
so what we're doing at this time, someone that feels strongly in the direction or whatever, we need to make a recommendation about how you wanna go with this, because if not, we'll meet the next week and be at the same point, next time be at the same point.
Well, Mayor and Council, I would like to make a motion that John does move forward with looking at the numbers and everything to bring it back to council so we could proceed on discussion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion, it's been moved in second.
Question. And so this is just basically allowing him to go look at the numbers
Yes,
and bring it back for discussion.
Yes.
correct.
Okay, so we're not approving anything.
No.
Okay, any other questions? We ready for the vote? All in favor?
Okay, thank you,
Motion
Council.
carried.
So the next few items, y'all can do it in form of one at a time, or all together. Which items do y'all want me to try to look at funding in the capital request? We have the fire department, fire hose that we talked about.
Yes.
We have in the police department, kind of how I took it, but I may be wrong, but patrol rifle equipment was probably the number one, and that was at
I think it was 20, right around 20.
$20,025. And then a vehicle. Like I said, these items would come from either fund balance or
Let's stay with the police.
that's the police department. And then we have the UBT, the drone.
I did, so how would I go about putting that into the capital request on the raises for Chief and Ms. Hopkins?
Well, it would actually be under,
Would you looking at that and bringing it back to us as well?
I think we need to look at raises for the officers.
I mean, it would be, so it's a kind of mix.
So that would be a COLA request, would it not?
You know,
That'll be a tax increase.
I think it'll be up to council to decide how y'all want to manage this discussion. That's y'all's decision to make. If it's done in a form of a motion outside of these other directives, you know, if it gets, and y'all want it to bring those numbers back, then I'll do that. If y'all want to do the capital request first and address those, and then we can address COLA.
So we need to do that
Also-
today?
I want some directives of what y'all want me to entertain.
But I mean, in the
I'm not asking for
form
approvals.
of a motion.
Yes, sir. I would like to know council's support in which direction to try to gain, numbers, come back, and if y'all say, hey, I wanna look at least this much in a COLA, or I want only a COLA for the police department, or only a COLA for the police chief, or, you know, or adjustment or whatever. Those, the council is gonna have to give me those directives, but then I bring back the numbers of what it actually
Yeah.
costs.
Could I have
How long
Chief,
is that,
could I have Chiefs to step back up, please? Chief, would you please?
his recommendation, where he would like it.
Now, Chief, I know your recommendation in your budget request was 25%. Is that in any what negotiable?
Sure, obviously, we'll always negotiate, and typically what I do is, when I get some insight from the council or what it's looking like, I take that back to my staff.
Yes.
And this is what we're talking about. We try to get a feel for, their feeling.
Yes.
So I know if that's, that's gonna be beneficial, but obviously, yes, I mean, we talk about that, we'll negotiate.
So, John, could we negotiate numbers and see, have you like run numbers and bring that back to council and see what those numbers are acceptable, if they are acceptable to and whatnot? So how
For
would I?
COLA?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So how?
Is this for all city employees?
Yes.
Minus,
Yes, and
minus the department heads that I mentioned in the request?
yes, 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 sir.
But including police and fire?
Including
Or
police. And,
chiefs?
yes.
Yes, sir.
So how would I motion that? Would that just needed to be
To entertain,
to entertain?
and bring back numbers on, and you give me a window,
Okay.
you give me a window, like I said, I showed you numbers for a 10%.
So I would say
That was just based on the 2022 numbers and
Uh-huh.
inflation since then. If y'all want that amount, here's the total amounts of what it's gonna hit each department. Here's how it's
Okay.
gonna be spread out to utilities and water and
okay.
general fund, department costs, so I can bring
Yes.
those numbers
Okay.
back.
So I would like to move to for a city administrator to run numbers in negotiation with the city for COLA and bring those back to council pending approval.
I second.
Question. Okay. So, I'm just trying to get clarity.
No, you're fine.
That, so you're saying that, you're asking for him to go out, bring numbers back to us so we can discuss
Yes, ma'am.
the COLA raises?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which will, in
And
turn,
in turn inform us on what direction we would like to go.
okay, which will in turn
Okay.
I'd like to,
increase taxes.
before we vote, I have a question. Chief, it's my understanding y'all don't do certificate pay right now? Y'all don't do certificate pay right now?
We do not. We, back in 22.
I know they do
when we
use
got the
that.
last pay raise, she also agreed to give that up to kind of help, make the pay increase work. And we have not put that back in place yet. Probably one of the only departments around the state, but that's something that I included in with my operating budget, try to build that back in as proficiency pay.
So I would ask that if we did along with the 10% COLA, that we try to include that back, because like you said, I don't know a law enforcement agency that, and if y'all don't know, they gotta have certifications
So
per T-COLA.
I wouldn't even understand that, why you wouldn't even be paid for your certifications.
So, and it's dependent on level. You have
Because you
basic
trying
and
to-
intermediate, advanced, and masters.
On what I put in there, we did not add level for basic, we started at intermediate, so intermediate, advanced, and master. So 3 instead of 4, kind of all inclusive of that, so it wasn't just, basics, they're usually the first year officer just getting started. I think that intermediate and up is what's important.
So that could be in discussions after we get numbers and whatnot, right? Correct?
Yeah, if that's how council feels they want those numbers, Public Works, all of our water licenses, wastewater license, none of
Yeah.
those, we don't pay
CDLs and everything.
certifications, CDLs, we don't pay for those certifications currently.
But are those certifications required?
Yes, sir. Water and wastewater, are
And they're
required
paid
by
out
law.
of, they're paid out of the pockets of the employees.
No, there's no certification pay, there's no incentive pay.
Incentive.
No, I mean like
But they
for,
pay
to,
for the
to,
course.
that's what I was
Yeah,
getting at. So
the
the
courses are
requirement,
paid for,
Yeah.
but they don't get an extra bonus for taking
Taking
the
the
courses.
I understand.
So it's not that they have to have the burden of it, is, but they have the knowledge.
Well, let me ask you this though, are those, once you get those certifications, it's a one and done certification?
No, it requires annual CE to
Okay.
maintain.
So it's come on, yeah.
It's like the fire and the fire department, same
They
thing.
have
They
to
have
upgrade.
they have their master's, advanced, intermediate certification levels and required CE. It's pretty much all the
So
I get it, but
street
I
department
know.
and parks department, not as much, but it's
Well,
just the other
I
ones.
know, the TCO, like if you're a basic and you don't get your intermediate license within 4 years, all those classes that you have to take,
Right.
you have to take them again the next 4 years. And so we're paying for classes over and over, and what all they
Yeah.
have to do is just get their certificate and be bumped up, then they don't have to take them. So that's what you have cops that have been cops, but they're a basic, they're repeating those same classes every year, because TCO
Yeah.
mandate those classes.
Sure.
So that's why like you said, I don't know of a law enforcement agency doesn't get paid, for certificate pay. Now, I don't know, I can't speak to the wastewater and the firemen. Like I said, I'm never running into.
It's very similar, you have annual CE that's required and is required by law. TCQ will write us up if we don't.
Yeah.
So with that being said, can y'all certificate pay, is that allowed in y'all's budget? Or y'all just?
No, not
It's
currently.
not currently in our budget. The budget that I presented to Mr. Angerstein, I built that in for a request, so to speak.
Okay, for a request, but it could be placed in y'all's budget? Yes?
Yeah.
You're asking, could it be?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Sure, yeah,
Okay.
because that's something that's gonna reoccur every year. It's not just, like a one-time and done, because each year.
It's an increase.
It's gonna keep going to training.
Right.
You have to
So
keep
we'll
going
really
to
not
training.
just increase to you and your budget, but it will be an increase to the overall city every year, for every
That's a-
officer.
Yeah.
And
I mean, even when
employee-
you get you, so you still have to upgrade continuously.
Yeah.
The upgrading is not that the city is not picking up the cost for it. It's
So
almost like with any
We send the
certification.
officers to training.
You have to go to training.
Like Councilman Durham was saying, at their basic level, they're required there's certain classes that they're required by the state to get. And until they get outside of that basic proficiency level, they have to continue to retake those classes. So the idea is to push them through and push as much training, to get them up to that level. Now, with your proficiency level, it calculates on how many hours of training you have plus your years of service. So you don't just get so many hours of training and automatically get bumped up to intermediate, advanced, or master's. It also has to calculate years of service. And, so that, the days of free training is starting to get slim. A lot of your training classes now average anywhere from $500 to $1,000 per officer. Not to include your
Travel.
your hotel expenses.
Hotel, travel.
And I think our budget's 12,000 for 16 employees. It gets pretty tight sometimes. So, when they're all required to get at least 40 hours in, so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on to bring back numbers on cost of living.
Okay, we have that, it's on the floor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Motion and second.
Oh, okay. All in favor? Opposed? Did you,
You oppose?
did you oppose or vote? We said all
Are you for
voted.
Are you for bringing back numbers on the cost of living?
Sure.
Okay. 4 to 1. Okay. And so the last item, and if y'all want to, y'all can include, like I said, in the formal motion, but just to bring back to y'all's recollection, the fire department, do y'all want me to try to find placement in the budget? Fire department, police vehicle, patrol rifle. Me personally, I would like to recommend only a broom, not I think for the projects that we do, we try to stack them as close as possible, and we just continue renting the pad foot roller. But I feel like a broom is probably the biggest need throughout the entire year, and probably the biggest return on that investment. The broom is one, and then I really need to find financing money options for our water tower and our clarifier.
Yeah.
So I would like council to guide me, you know, really the rest of them that are in your budget book. Like I said, I presented them as a need, but I think financially, there's just no way to swing each and every one of them. So if we have to categorize those, I would ask at least for support for or against those items.
I know the water tower is, because they cut that one off last week because of rust. and
It's still off. Our
And
east tower is
it's
off,
just-
offline right now.
We can't afford to let them deteriorate.
I'll make a motion that, we allow you to do the research on the numbers on all of the items that you just mentioned.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Any discussion?
I do have one thing, John. When you look at seeing what it will cost to finance a broom instead of buying it outright.
Yes, I will. Yeah. Yes,
Because
sir.
if we can, like you said, if we can get just to that 2 year when we get out of underneath that EVC, then we can pay it off. But I think if we just see what it costs to finance one,
Sure.
and see, I mean, it may not be worth it, but I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
that if you don't mind.
And for the water tower, I would like to see, like local versus, I think, like you said, the business that we had to do it.
Yeah.
I would like to see those comparisons.
There's, I know when we did it last time, we brought in, I want to say 15, there was 15 quotes on that one. So I have
Great,
a lot of vendors
great.
to pull
Okay.
from. And,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Ready for the vote? All in favor? Opposed?
3, 4.
Oh, we got, okay. Motion carried.
I'd like to make a motion, I think, just reverting back, I would like to place a motion on the floor, whether it carries or not, to also have John to bring back numbers, on behalf of Police Chief and, Ms. Hopkins, pay increase.
Just the police chief or both, fire chief and police chief?
The police chief, right now, I didn't look at the fire chief, I'll look
They're
at
the same
him.
pay as the pay, they have, both of them have pay parity. As you're making
They're
your
both doing
motion.
the same pay?
Yes, ma'am.
Cause see, I was working on that last night, cause I just got the salary for the fire department. So I would look at, well, that's the case, I would look at the fire chief, the police chief, and Ms. Georgia Hopkins. You can bring that information back, just the numbers.
You had a motion?
You said?
We
Nobody
have,
has
we have a motion, we just need it.
Yeah, I said we have a motion on the floor. Nobody responded. Okay, so for lack of a second, it dies.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council. I know this is probably the bigger chunk, and we'll fine tune it, and our next meeting will not be, I hope, near as lengthy, but it'll be just revisiting. We do have two more.
Oh, we don't do, I thought we get through.
I'm sorry, we have 2 agenda items on there.
What? Did I miss it? Okay, I thought that was it.
Number
See,
3
we
and
got
number
things to
4.
do.
Number 3
Where are we now?
and 3. Number
I put my paper up. I'm like the kids. I done closed my book. Girl, I've been here and my children all weekend. I have nothing left. Children and grandchildren and 4th of July. We've had too much fun. Which one were we on? Oh, okay.
You're
I'm
going to
sorry.
number 3 now.
Oh, item number 3. Consider and approve participation in the Texas 21 program, including payment of membership dues and authorized travel expenses for designated delegates and appoint City of Crockett representatives.
Mayor and council, this is the Text 21 program. They are a collaborative of many government organizations. They have a board that they appoint every year to represent the effort. There's several efforts, several U.S. Interstate efforts that they're working on. One of them is US 287, which we had a senator just a couple months ago draft a resolution trying to get some traction for an interstate for US 287. That's where Text 21 comes in as most, that's what we're interested in, is that effort of the Text 21 program, the US 287 initiative. Their annual membership for a city of our size is $2,500 a year. That money pays for the cost associated with supporting efforts, putting studies together, reports, proposals, talking and lobbying senators and representatives, congressmen, movers and shakers, and primarily our federal government to try to get support for the 287 corridor project. There are cities up and down the 287 corridor that are members of this. Along with it, they have at least twice a year, they have meetings where they have speakers come. They invite some of these representatives from our state and federal government to get support on it, to get more knowledgeable and to get some traction on it. As well as they have monthly and quarterly Zoom meetings and updates on this project. So I need council. We did pay for it. Council at this time, we were going to at least attend the meeting that they had last month, and so we had to pay. We paid for. I did pay for out of our travel and training budget. I paid for 1 year's of dues for the current years that we're in, and I guess primarily to gain appreciation of whether it's a benefit, whether it's something that council should support or not, and attendance. And so I just need, I guess, well, it was brought to council in a form of a motion that we discuss it and approve whether we continue membership. And so there's 3 items really in this next motion that I hope to get from this. Do we continue paying the $2,500 a year for participation in the Text 21 program? Do we include travel expenses for designated delegates? It's a little bit different to attend these, other than like travel and training, like going to classes, gaining CE and stuff like that. It's more of a lobbying effort, representation effort, but on behalf of the city. To attend these meetings. It's not something that's necessarily required. It's more of a, do we believe this is what we should be spending our money on? And then also appoint representatives. They typically request for 1 primary and 1 or 2 alternates, representatives for the city. So
Can we discuss this before there's a motion or not?
we're not really supposed to.
Okay.
If a motion is made and seconded, then we can discuss.
Okay.
But it's, I guess, in the motion that I'm asking, we can participate and pay the membership dues. Do we travel on behalf of the city to their meetings? Last meeting was in Dallas, I believe, or was it Dallas? Sometimes it's in Beaumont, sometimes it's in Amarillo. It follows the 287 corridor, so sometimes it's in Granbury, just different locations. And then appointment of representatives for the city.
Just to be clear, they also offer online as well.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just trying to.
That's what I mentioned. They do the Zoom meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you don't have to
You don't have to
attend
travel.
all the meetings.
And that's why I want
attend all of the travel meetings. Go ahead.
That's why I want those 3 points captured in the form of a motion. You want Crockett to participate?
Well, Mayor and Council, I would like to move that we appoint the designatees for is it Text 21? Is that what it's called? Text 20 for the Text 21 program. I move that we attend the virtual trainings and only attend the travel trainings that are that are required or basically mandated, if that. And I motion that we continue to pay the annual fee.
Do you want to, in that motion, who do you want to nominate as a representative?
I thought we
I-
already nominated somebody as a representative. We didn't nominate Ms. Hicks?
No.
Okay, this is the
So-
first time it's come to
With-
council.
So in that motion as well, I would like to nominate the mayor, Ms. Hicks, and Mr. Duran, if he would accept.
Gladly.
As alternates?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the motion.
That is the motion, yes.
Okay, all in favor?
That second?
No, I mean, can I get a second?
It's getting late.
So I'm trying to get out of here.
I second
Okay, it's been moved in second.
Discussion,
Now, call for-
discussion.
Oh,
Discussion.
discussion, yes.
Yeah,
ma'am.
we got
Yes.
discussion.
Okay.
the discussion,
You know, when it comes to this, where was the idea conceived for an interstate?
Actually, the guy that spoke, well, I know.
No.
He spoke to me a long
No,
time.
no, I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about the original idea for an interstate.
Well, the one that was pushing it, well, she talked more with it than I did. It was a senator, when they appealed to the senator that said that the transportation and the route and it was done as a traffic control thing. They said it would take the weight off for 21 and, but it wasn't it was on a working level that it was done that appealed to the senator that was pushing it.
Okay, so,
Based on, with TxDOT about what would be the
okay,
most efficient way.
so TxDOT is involved.
it.
Yeah,
Okay.
they were wanting to see the most efficient so that they would know where to build and expand.
Okay, so it's about an interstate. And this is nothing against anyone. I've just been muddling this over in my mind. And all y'all are wonderful people, and even if you'd have put me on it. But who of us knows about highways?
I'm learning.
Mr. Coulter.
I've been attending the
Okay,
training,
but
so that's the benefit of the online
and
training.
is it a need?
Well, the Highway 287 is coming this way. So what
All
they're
right,
saying is
how's
that
it coming this way?
it's to-
Whether we're involved or not?
whether we're involved or not, my understanding is they could divert it. I mean, I'm
Just
not sure.
because we weren't involved?
They were trying to get a.
They're trying to get a
route.
straight route, so they can
Okay.
travel from one end and have.
So in order to do that, they gotta get the easements.
It's kind of like
They
the,
did say
they
something
have
about they
some
were not.
easement.
Okay.
The last meeting we had,
The
they
point
didn't-
I'm trying to make it, if it
What
is
our
a,
dog in the fight?
if it is a bona fide need, why are they sucking more money out of these little cities? You know, if it's a bona fide need, why are they imposing upon us, and try to get us involved? Probably you could say something, and they may listen to you, but more than likely the engineers
But a
would
lot-
take
yeah,
that with a grain of salt.
But I think the way you were speaking, a lot of it's gonna affect the smaller towns. It's gonna kind of circumvent them so that they're
Yeah.
gonna be involved in a way that they are gonna be
Mm-hmm.
kind of go around them and they won't be going through them because of
Yeah,
the way that it is. But I
well,
understand what you're
yeah,
saying.
but-
all right, but you can go, it's killing Diboll,
They're looking at the
Oh, is that what-
it's
Yeah.
killing Corrigan,
Oh, is that where you're going? Okay.
and
that's
it's
where you're
gonna kill some other towns,
Okay.
on 69. I'm not talking about 287, I'm
Yeah.
talking about 69,
Where-
the,
where-
the new interstate over there.
Well, I understand
But I'm
your
saying,
concern.
and probably no matter what any of those people in that city did, they still were not gonna come through there. They're gonna
They're gonna go
circumvent.
around. They
They're
will
gonna
be-
circumvent. So I'm just saying, we'll probably spend this money, and you may oppose this, we'll probably spend this money every year. And in the scope of things, it does amount to a hill of beans. It's gonna be done the way TxDOT wants it done,
But you,
and it's gonna go where it's gonna go.
Yeah.
I'm just,
I understand, and yeah, and it is kind of, but
I do.
we use 21 straight to, I mean, I use it a lot, so I do understand.
well, it's 287.
I'm 287, and then
And
it's,
60.
and then it's gonna touch somewhere in there. I mean, he
Well,
explained it.
but
But
the
the
economy-
key thing about this is not a life encumbrance.
We are saying
When we get enough, we can say enough. I mean, we see that it's not going the way that we want it to go. I'm sorry.
But the thing of it is like that economic, value that we're looking at the, like.
What I'm saying, our little committee and that $2,500 is not gonna, it's not gonna ag it on or stop it.
No, but you have other cities that comes together, they're at that meeting, and they have input, so,
I'm just wondering though, what input could we have?
okay. So what
Do you know?
What we'll have to do is we will have to let you speak with David, so you can get detailed information. Mr. David Dean, he can give you more detailed information that, to all the questions that you're asking, because I'm just now.
But no, what I'm
getting
saying
you-
is, could you, Mr. Dean,
The
could
state-
could you offer him,
Okay.
could you offer him any intelligence on it?
Well, actually, I've asked him to come in and do a presentation. Actually, that's what I was requesting.
That's
Well-
fine and good, but could you or anyone else offer him any information that he would receive on it?
Yes, Mr. Dean as well. He
Okay,
will.
well, okay.
Yeah.
Here's
I mean,
my-
he's-
But this is,
he-
while
he
we're
works
discussing.
with us well.
Here's my 2 cents on it. Federal government being the federal government, if they want to put a highway in from Beaumont to Amarillo, it doesn't matter what Crockett says or
Exactly.
Franklin,
Yeah.
they're going to put it in. It doesn't matter about our
Exactly.
$2,500. My only concern, and Mr. Price, I thank you for nominating me, and if that's what the council decides to do, I'll happily be a delegate. But I'm opposed to it because we're set right here and told that man that we couldn't give his people a raise because of our budget was so tight. And we're gonna spend $2,500 to this
Right.
project, and it's gonna be 20 years before it comes through. Furthermore, we're gonna have 3 delegates that are gonna be sent to Dallas or Grapevine or Beaumont, and that's gonna,
Yeah, I think it's
They're-
an alternate. It's on the.
okay, just one, we'll say one, for 2 or 3 days, and because I travel a lot in my job, and you're talking about food and hotel and everything else, there's another, probably close to $1,000 by the time you get back. And if you have to go, because there's probably gonna be mandatories, gonna go twice a year, there's 2,000, 2,500, we're at almost $5,000 that man right there needs for his training budget for his police officers that is required by the state. Here's the thing, I want economic development for Crockett. I think we need the business. I really do. But I don't think at this point in time, we're at the infancy of this project, that we need to be involved. I think we need to pass on it. I think we need to put our resources to something else and build Crockett up. Now, if it starts to get closer and the government says it's going to come through, then sure, we can jump on. But until then, our purse strings are tight as it is. And to me, I think we could better spend that money somewhere else inside this community.
Well, the situation with that
Amen.
is, he just stated that those funds are coming out of our travel and training. So if it's coming out of our travel and training, it doesn't have anything to do with the.
It's the same pot, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's we can move our money around it to just like you said.
$2,500 is gonna make a difference.
Yes,
A
it
year,
will.
I mean,
To him, absolutely it will, because-
$2,500 for 1 year?
Because I'm gonna tell you right now, those classes that he sends his people to.
Well, what I'm saying, we can't give are you saying a raise?
No.
What are you saying?
Let's just say if we take that $2,500 out of our budget that we were gonna spend and we give it to the chief, I know for a fact EdCog has classes for what, $25 now? $25. So 25 to $50. How many, I can't do the math in my head. How many classes can he send his officers to for that $2,500?
He already had, but that's what I'm saying, he's already budgeted for his travel and training.
Yeah, I know, but we need to increase his travel and training budget because every year TCO makes more classes mandatory.
Okay.
So
Well,
if you what if you bring that information forward and place it here so we can look at it and see?
Okay, well, at this point, I
But as
think,
far as this, and you're right, Madam Mayor, and I apologize.
Okay.
As far as this, Mr. Price, I appreciate the motion, but I'm against it. I'm absolutely against it at this time in our budgetary life, until we can get out from underneath some debt. I'm opposed to this right now.
okay, well, I thank you for the argument, the discussion.
The discussion.
But at this time, are there any more new? If not, I think we're ready for the vote. We've had a motion, a second, and discussion, and we're ready for the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Okay. Motion carries. And new business?
Nope, we got one more item, Madam
Oh,
Mayor.
just one more. I can't
so
see.
sorry.
I'm trying to get out of here. I'm working on it. Consider and approve public shared parking agreement between the city of Crockett, Texas, and Crockett Eye Clinic.
Mayor and Council, we talked about this a couple months ago. Initially, we had talked to a couple contractors that were in the asphalting business. We went out there and looked with them, and both of them will gladly take the project on. But we're putting it over top of a foundation of an old building,
Yeah.
and then it has a driveway and some other areas that will affect this asphalt, and none of them will guarantee this asphalt because it's gonna be a cap over top of concrete. The best recommendation to do it the right way and be done with it is to pull all that concrete out, and we would be doing that ourselves. We bust the concrete up, pull it all out, and pour a concrete pad, and then we have a really nice parking lot for the long term. The asphalt was gonna cost us in the neighborhood of $10,000 initially, if we were just gonna do the asphalt. By pulling all of that out and doing it concrete, I talked to, it's actually the contractor that does our curb and gutter, and he looked at it, and he said he would do it with materials and labor for 15, with all the concrete. I went back to Dr. McCall, and he said that he would, because we were looking at probably a half and half, a shared cost. And then at that point, that's what he was willing to agree to. He said he would up his contribution to 10 and our 5, and we could make this parking lot happen. A couple of the things that we'll do in-house are like the striping. We'll stripe it in-house and spray the handicap ramp on it or whatever, and then we have a couple more handrails to finish. So we'll do those in-house.
So this parking lot gonna be concrete, or asphalt?
Concrete. Yes, all from the edge of Goliad to the concrete retaining wall, the brick or the block retaining walls. This is an agreement that kind of getting back from, we were literally talking somewhere around like a 10-year timeline. He increased his contribution by another 5,000. He asked for, so what we're presenting today to you that he agreed to was a 15-year term. So it's an annual renewal with a 90-day clause. At any point, if we decide, listen, we need to sell that land or we want to build something there, all we do is reimburse him the money that he put towards a city park, because it's city property. So he's made that investment into city property for the benefit of using the parking spaces for his customers. It's a first come, first serve. He's not designating this one for the city and this one for, it's first come, first serve. He will probably use the majority of it during the day for special events and stuff. The city will be using it, or for like days when we have, events at the library. There was one other point. You have the parking agreement in front of you. So it renews annually. We will reimburse him if we try to back out of this agreement in the first 15 years. And if we do, we will just reimburse him the $10,000. And there's no exclusive rights to the parking lot, and that's all in this draft agreement that y'all have here. I believe that that pretty much covers the nuts and bolts of the agreement. If a motion is made and there's an adjustment that y'all want to make to it, then that's fine. Let me know. But he's willing to sign this one, but anything different than that, I'll have to take back to him for. I asked him to be here, but he's tied up with patients today, and he can't be here.
John, I make a motion that we basically
Accept the terms as stated?
no, because I make a motion that we get detailed construction cost of the design of the parking lot, blacktop, the material that we're going to use for the project, the type of necessities, improvements that we're going to need for that project, and an itemized budget cost overall. And the long-term agreement, we're losing, we'll probably be, we're losing. Okay, yeah, we're losing. But anyway, I just basically right now, I'm looking at it until the council really looks at this agreement. I motion that, I move that we table this agreement to council has the opportunity to discuss, because we need some teeth, some meat in this, agreement. I move that we table the agreement for further discussion.
We have a motion. We don't have a second. It dies for lack of a
I
second.
second.
Okay, you second it? Okay, then we take it to a vote. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, motion fails. Okay, we'll go ahead with the,
Madam Mayor, I make a motion, we move forward with the contract as agreed on the caveat that this contract's been reviewed by our city attorney.
It
I
has.
second the motion.
okay, it's been moved in second, all in favor?
Question?
Oh, question,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. Did the attorney review any previous agreements that were made before this agreement? Because what this agreement does, it cancels out all the previous agreements that were made. Also, not just saying that, do we have any council or employees who have businesses in that area that will benefit from this? Also, do we know, you said drainage issues, how far are we gonna deal with the drainage issues?
Are you asking questions? or-
Okay, well,
So I'm basically these are questions that I'm posing, so I'm just kind of giving you what I looked at overall. So, also, well, go ahead and tell me if our previous attorney
okay,
looked at, we're in the question and answer.
okay, but he said, that wasn't a question that you could ask him. He made the motion and he said that what was on it.
Yes.
But he doesn't have to answer, has our previous attorney.
No,
You
I'm
just
asking-
make your statement, you're not asked, it's not,
Okay, but this is.
If
basically
council,
the question.
if council's agreeable
But
with
this
me
is council,
answering
yeah.
questions, I can. I mean,
But this is the question, so, not just that though, he's only paying $666 a year for 15 years. So we would be,
no, ma'am.
that's what I figured up here, unless I made a mistake. Please, correct me if I did.
So, in answer to your question, no, there's been no agreements ever made. That's why I'm bringing this to council now.
Okay.
And this was approved by our attorney.
Okay, so who created I know it was approved by attorney, who created the agreement?
I drafted the agreement for the
fine.
attorney, to review and approve.
And, so where do we start at on the, construction? So how do we know the full cost of what the construction is gonna?
Y'all would approve by budget, y'all would approve up to $15,000. If I blow it, I'll bring it back to you.
So we need to put that in the budget as well?
It is in this
You already
agreement.
got it in the budget of $15,000.
okay. Any other
But we're
questions?
getting $10,000 back from the,
The entire, yes, sir.
In $10,000 back?
yes.
10,000 will be contributed by the eye clinic.
So it's only gonna cost the city 5. He's contributing 10 and then we share it. First come, first serve. Now, I'm guessing the contract person has already looked at drainage and all that stuff. That's why
Yes, sir.
it's.
We're not altering anything.
Correct.
That's legalese that
No, I
we're
get
not
it.
going, once it's constructed, we're not going to require the eye clinic to come and blow out the gutters or things of that nature.
No, I get it.
It
So
really, really wasn't used before.
No, but it does make a good, it does make a good, parking lot, it will.
Well, it will, but then no one has, I mean, executive claim on it, it's gonna be open for anybody who wants to park there. First come, first served. It'll be a parking lot that it never was.
Yes, sir. So I'm just looking at where it says what the city agrees to do. So basically, the city agrees to design and construct. So we don't have a design, we don't have to what it looks like.
It will be done.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, we're voting on
But they
this.
agreed to it.
I know, that's what I'm saying, I know, he always present us items, and they agree before they even get the detailed information.
No, ma'am.
So what I'm saying is, we don't have the design, to construct the parking lot.
If we design it, I haven't been approved a budget to go out and hire engineers. I'm going to be sketching it out with a contractor. I want concrete from this line to this line over here, on city property, and we will pour concrete. That's the design.
So
and
that's
we
what I'm
will-
asking, so why wouldn't you bring that to us and let us review before you? I mean, it's just like,
Because we didn't tell him to. This is what we're trying to do. We're
Well,
trying to
I
get
mean-
him a budget so he can go talk to a contractor.
well, if you did.
Can we call the question? There's a
if
motion
we
and a
would've-
second.
Okay.
If we would have,
Somebody second it,
if
please.
we would have, brought this item to be placed on the agenda today, I mean, so,
Okay, we understand.
We have a call.
Okay, at
we
this
have a call
time,
for
we have a
previous
call
question.
for a motion, for a vote.
We have a new motion, is a call for the previous question, if there's a second for that,
I second it.
Okay,
and then a vote for the previous question.
now let's vote for the previous question, y'all help me out. Calling for a vote. All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay, so the previous question is approve the parking agreement as,
Okay,
As
back to the
written.
previous to approve the parking.
We've had a motion and a second already.
Motion.
We've had a motion and a
Okay,
second. We
motion
haven't
and a
voted.
question. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay.
thank you, council.
adjourn. Adjourn.
Yeah, I second.
Now I'm looking at this stuff.
Yes, as far as
Let me have you, I mean, actually,
spent the whole weekend, every day,
Across
well, I
from
know
it.
you have time, yeah, so.
But, as far as this goes,
It'll be a nice area.
our,
Approval,
hand move.
but he didn't even haven't given us any cost or anything like that.
That doesn't-
So that
Because
does,
it
that
doesn't-